Why, yes. Yes, it has been 10 hours. How are you doing, TS Joss? Back at it for a few more hours. Good evening. Hope I didn't forget any part of setting up the stream or anything like that. I think we're good. All right. Let's clean up some of this junk I left from last night. Or junk to delete. Hey there, Endorn. You're second. You're not first. Actually, the first was my bot. Then was TS Jost before the stream started. And then it's Endorn after the stream started. And after TS Jost. Okay. Terminal. This thingy. Your first since the stream started? Sure. I guess if TS Just is disqualified by by chatting before the stream started. All right. I think I know how to fix the texture rendering here. I believe that's when I pull the image into the texture. There's a texture options right here. I think instead of default, I do nearest. That'll give me what I want. You're like, hasn't it been 10 hours now? Yep, exactly. And I was just setting up to start, and I'm like, okay, I guess I hit start since TS Joss is here. Ooh, look at that. It's nicely pixelized. Cool. So one problem that I want to fix here is when you hover over a white area, you can't see the line anymore because, of course, the line is white. So what I'm thinking of doing to fix that to start with is actually draw two lines. First a white one and then a black one on top, or maybe a black one and then a white one on top. Rainbow line? No, just a line with I forget the term, but where it doesn't matter what color it's over, you'll still see it either way. Alternate color every tick. I mean, that's another way to do it. It'd be a dashed line, right? That's the ruler, not the crosshatch thing. I see what the problem is. The ruler part is there, and this part is draw the what do you call it? The horizontal cursor line? Selection line? So let's draw it twice. Let's draw it first in black, 3 pixels wide, and then white on top of that. And same thing for the vertical one. Invert the color based on the color. That I don't know how to do an invert without having it read back from the buffer. So that's actually harder to do. Because what we're doing is queuing commands to the GPU to do the drawing. To invert the color, we would have to know what the color will be, because the drawing doesn't actually happen until all the commands are queued and then submitted to the GPU. So I'd have to do like a 2-pass thing where I draw it in 1 pass and then read it back and then invert the color. Back in the old days, when you didn't have GPUs, you wrote directly to video RAM. It was easy because you wrote the line and then you'd read it back. Or you'd write the image and then you'd read back what's on the line and invert it. There might be a GPU command when we're drawing that instead of drawing a color, we apply some effect where it blends with what's already there with an invert function. But that's more advanced stuff. I can't remember exactly how to do it in WGPU, if I even ever learned how to do it. And make it black. Let's see if my idea works. And then I want to do something different if we zoomed in enough. I think I want to actually highlight the entire row of pixels, not just draw a line. Yeah, see, now when I mouse over the white area, you can see, you can still see the line. And on the black area, you can still, so if it's over a black area, you just see the white line. If it's over a white area, you see the white line with the black outline. So if we zoomed in far enough, I think what I want to do is have it the line expand to be the width of the pixel itself, or the height. We know what the size of of each pixel is, right? Didn't I have that calculated somewhere? I think it's this scale here. That scale, and it's like pixel scale. So, yeah. Yeah, I want to add that as eventually as a magnifier, where the cursor is, and it magnifies the pixels around, that you're hovering over. But not yet. We'll get there. Yeah, let's say like if x scale is greater than 3, we'll draw it slightly different. I think what I want to do there then, that have this is the vertical line. Okay, so I had this backwards. The horizontal ruler is where we draw the vertical line. The vertical ruler is where we draw the horizontal selection line. This is the vertical line. Yeah, so I think I want to do X scale here. Actually, then, let me think about this. I don't actually need to have a different code here. I can just use that X scale in the width here. And then I can just, here I could do X scale -2. I need to have a max 3 there though. Or X scale max 3. Because I don't want it to go less than 1. Let's see, let's just do it with the vertical line, see if that does it. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Finally caught you during the day. Probably because it's a weekend and I'm streaming earlier. On the weekdays, I'm streaming like real late at night. All right, so blow this up real big. Yeah, see, okay. Not only do I want the line to be as wide as the pixel, I want it to be snapped to the pixel we're in. So we're not going to take position X anymore, are we? Where did I calculate the exact position? Maybe I didn't. Here's where, here, I calculated it only to format the text that we draw, right? This thing. So let cursor x equal that. Oh, yeah, we have to put it in there. And yeah, we'd use cursor x instead of position x. Oh, what? But I have to add back in the inner area left, though. Because this subtracts out the left. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, this is why I'm streaming this time on the weekend, is folks in Germany and other places in the EU can actually see me during the day. Or the day-ish, not like the morning, but like in the evening. Oh, it totally didn't put it in the right spot. Oh, we had to multiply by x scale, that's why. So I guess I should just put this in here. Times scale, x scale, right? Plus inner area dot left. And remove the addition out of there. Got a warning about that. Oh, probably because there's a multiply followed by an add. It's like it always suggests an alternate single function that does both. Okay, it's almost correct. It's just that it's drawing down the divider between two pixels and not on the pixel. I think. Yeah, it's like off. Off a bit. Yeah, it's right down the center. I think that there's like this minus 0.5 maybe. What's doing it? Rid of that, and let's apply the suggestion, which is to turn it into a mul add. So multiply by x scale, add inner area left. So really we're subtracting the left and dividing by the scale in order to round it, and then we multiply it and add it back. And that should, if I do this right, it should snap it to the nearest pixel. And it's still wrong. I guess after, I guess it was correct to have the subtraction in there, but after we have to add it back. And I have to add it before multiplying by x scale, right? That's an ugly math function, isn't it? Sure is ugly. Oh, I think I got it. Yeah. Cool. So I want to do the same thing for the horizontal one, right? Also want to make sure that this actually it actually kind of looks to me like I'm off by a pixel. Maybe in some places I'm off by one. Probably close enough. Close enough. Let me do the horizontal one. Cursor Y. And this is going to be top. right? And then this is going to be cursor Y. And then, didn't I have like a, what did I do here? X scale max 3 minus 2 instead of 1. So that'll be Y scale max. And then this is Y scale. And Duran, how many languages do you speak at this point? It'll be like 4 or 5 at least. Ooh, I think I got it on the first try. There's an example of where like it's a little bit off. But if I go 1 pixel up or down, it looks like it snaps back. There's a little bit of like, I think it's because it's not an integer. The scale isn't an integer. I think it's close enough. English, Dutch, and German. Do we count programming languages? You don't speak French, and yet you can write that you don't speak French. Come on, man. Okay, so what does it do on very small size? It actually does a decent job. Only the black, I don't see the black line there, but maybe that doesn't matter so much. It kind of fuzzes away. Yeah, there's a little bit of like little bit of distortion at these non-integer scaling factors. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's all good, right? Whoop. I got this once yesterday, and I don't understand it. Bad pix map, invalid pix map parameter, processing an X11 event. And it's like deep in the win init event processing. Maybe I just ignore those as some kind of weird X11 bug. Don't know. Good. He's good. All right. Oh, that's right. It's not changing the cursor, so it's leaving the cursor as the default arrow. I think I can fix that in. Oh, I did. Let me see. Let me look at the code for the main GUI. Open a window to do that. Target this one. One of these controls, I thought I overrode the cursor, but I guess not because I don't see it being overridden anywhere here. Maybe on this, but this is a built-in control. See if I have it anywhere. Cursor. Cursor icon. Here we go. Oh right. I had it. I did have it. If you hover over these header dividers, it changes the cursor, right? So I did that by doing UI context set cursor icon. Okay, so I want to do this whenever the control is over the image. And I guess we could either do it inside this if or inside this other if. It doesn't really matter. So let's just do it here. Also, use a crosshair cursor. crosshair. I guess there's no dash in crosshair. For precision work. Right, we're doing precision work on this stream. We want that crosshair cursor for precision work. Hey there, Musin. There's a set cursor icon. You've always used output mute cursor equals cursor whatever. There's all sorts of different ways to do things, and also I think things have been changing over time with eGUI. So for example, I am doing this complicated flat map because the version of eGUI I'm still on right now does not have color image. It doesn't have color image new where you provide it a vector of color 32. So in this version of ePaint or eGUI 0.31, new is to fill it with one color, and I'm like, oh, if I was just if I just updated to 0.32, new would be exactly what I want because I already had it in as a where can I show that? I already have it as a vector of U32, so I just need to convert it to color 32, right? But it's worse than that with 0.31. The closest was this RGBA unmultiplied. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll pull the colors out. We'll flat map it and let it pull it back in. Because this wants a flattened byte array. Like, yeah, whatever. Oh, I built that, but I never actually went and tested it. Okay, that's a big cursor. But that's my own fault because I purposefully make the cursor on my host OS really big. Okay, one thing I do notice under the cursor, maybe what I can do is suppress the cursor so I can see it better. Can I just set it the no cursor? Like hidden? Done? Well, there you go, Musin. It says it's equivalent to the way you do it. So it's really just convenience method. I didn't see the question. How do I fix the pixel thingy, the shader thingy? Oh, yeah, that turned out to be super easy. Just a sec. Yeah, so now I'm suppressing the cursor, which I think is probably the thing I want to do, right? And then I see another issue here. The black line at the top is overdrawing the vertical bar. Okay, but yeah, let me answer your question. So it turns out that when I pull the image into the texture to load texture, there's a texture options, and I had default here before. So it turns out if you texture option nearest, that's exactly what I want because that sets the magnification filter is what I care about. So when we magnify the pixels, it tells the texture sampler to pick instead of doing linear interpolation between two texels, it just picks the nearest texel, and that gives you the pixelized effect, which is exactly what I want because I want to see the. I don't want it to interpolate at all. So it's nice that ePaint and eGUI did that because if it didn't, I would not be able to use the what do I end up doing? I end up using the image type to do the drawing. I would have had to make my own shader, even though it was simple. I'd still have to do that and I have to draw it myself. So nice that they have this option to set the magnification texture filter, turn off interpolation. Long answer. Sorry, I should have given you a shorter answer. To make that bar nicer, what we really want is to draw the two black bars first and then draw the white bars on top of it, right? Or I could just not care because I'm going to replace like right where the two bars cross. We're going to draw a magnified version anyway, right? So maybe I just overdraw this whole thing with the nearest 5 by 5. Wouldn't you actually want the white to be transparent for ease of selection? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like where the two bars cross, I think I'm going to put a 5 by 5 zoom. Yeah. So we're just going to redraw part of the image next. And this is going to be the fun part because I was playing around with this off stream yesterday. There's something you can do with the UV when you draw the image up here. Right here. So I think it's here. If you say UV and then you make a rectangle and we say like from center size and we say just the position, the center position is 0.5 and 0.5. And this, let's say a size of 0.25. Then that draws a, what do you call it? Like a subset of the image. So now we're drawing from the middle of Pepe just a quarter of it. Okay, and the coordinates are all messed up, but you can see like it's drawing a zoom. It's like zoomed in. So if I like make two of these images from the same texture, but I have different UV coordinates, and I make those UV coordinates centered on exactly where the cursor is, I think I get exactly what I want. So then yeah, I don't want to add it to the image because then that like sets the size manually and all that. I know exactly where I want to paint it, so I'm going to do, there's another option. I think it's just put, do image put. Let's look at image. I think there's like a, or paint at. Okay, paint at. So we'll just have to compute where we're painting it and paint it at the right place. So let me get a copy of this. And do it right here, right? Paint zoomed in area around the cursor. I'm probably going to have to worry about clipping because if you put the cursor near the bottom of the image, it's going to overdraw the bottom, but yeah, I'll worry about that later. The original, I'm going to remove the UV. And I'm going to get rid of the sense. It's going to be nonsense. Okay, so we need to calculate the position, so it's going to be based on the coordinates. So, yeah. I need to clean this up. Refactor later. Get it to work first. Yeah, this is totally like bad way to do it. Shoot. How did this work again? This is the center. Right. Okay, so there are two different coordinate spaces, right? So in one, actually no, that's the correct coordinate. Well, no, this is where it is in the window, but it's not where it is from the original image. That's before we added half and multiplied by the scale and added the top, right? So this part, well, really this part, I want to pull out as a separate variable. Image, cursor image. And I'm going to rename this one cursor UIY or something. This can go fit in there. And the same thing here. So copy this part. Well, hold on. I can just take this to let cursor image X equal that. Place that with that. Okay, so it's the same image texture. We're not fitting to an exact. We're not fitting to an exact size. Well, hold on. Let me think about this. I am, but I'm using custom UVs. So I think I actually want to set the UVs first. I need to test this with a non-square image. Hey there, Nomadic. And Stripe Monkey, how are you doing? UI put or painter add? Yeah, I think that's where I remember seeing put was in the UI. What am I building? Building a programmable parser. But today I'm working on an image viewer. Here's an overview of what the programmable parser does. So this is a GIF file. It's an animated GIF. And my program can be taught how to parse that by describing the GIF format in a custom language. And so the output on the right is the parsed result of processing the file. So like it says like, well, I've recognized that as the header, and here's the logical screen descriptor. Here's the width and height of the overall GIF, right? Here's the well, selecting, yeah, there's the global color table, right? And here is where the first image starts. And if I dig down deep enough, there's the lookups for every pixel into the palette to draw the image. So here's where I want to kind of like add another visualization tool to the GUI. So instead of seeing just the raw numbers, we actually show the image, right? And that's what I'm working on over here in this other tab. Since I'm in the middle of making changes, we'll just use the last build. Oh, and the last build was broken. Okay. Okay, so I broke the build for a sec, so you'll have to, well, actually, I guess if I just comment this out, we'll be back to being good, right? Yeah, okay. Because I want to show you here's the original animated GIF. It's the POG slide, right? So with my parser, we're pulling out one of the animation frames. Yeah, so see how it popped up there? I kind of want it to maybe go down here. Well, you guys can see that, right? Yeah, I'm not obscuring that. So yeah, so not only here, but I want to have like controls where you can like inspect individual pixels. Maybe even when you click a pixel, it would show you where it is in the file. Because right now that works with other things. Like if I click on the where is it? Inside the image description here, if I click on width and height, it shows you where it is in the file. It'd be cool if in the image viewer, if I click on something here, it could show you like maybe roughly where it came from in the original file. I don't know. And this is RGB, but it's 8-bit color. So there's a 256 entry color table here. So that's why when I mouse over it, all the numbers are from 0 to 255. So 256 different colors that the image can have. Yeah, I also do need to test with grayscale images. You don't get what? What did I miss? So this is the image that we decoded, but instead of colors, they're indices into a color table. So 255, you have to look at the 255th entry in the color table here. So there's the red, green, and so it's black, right? Makes sense because on the image, the first few pixels are here are black. I can zoom in and show you that. So all these black pixels are showing up in the image first, way down here. Oh, the message? It was some kind of garbage. So yeah, right now at the moment, I want to show like a 5x5 zoomed in area around where the cursor is. So hopefully I explained what I'm building. Oh, I skipped over the programmable part of the programmable parser. So it's not just limited to parsing GIFs, right? So the way you teach the parser how to turn the bytes into information, how to extract information from it, is you describe the format, and it looks like C, the C-like language. Only instead of this being a function, it's really a component description. It's like a recipe. How do we parse a GIF? Well, we first have to parse the header, logical screen, then one or more, or zero or more data blocks, and then a trailer, and then it's compositional. So when we need to parse a header, well, header has its own recipe, and it has a signature and then a version, right? And the signature has to match, and everything builds on everything else down to the elements, which are built-ins. So S is built-in, meaning interpret it as a ASCII string. I don't have Unicode built in. It's just 8-bit strings, right? So 24 bits for the signature. That's what that means, constrained to 24 bits. It's going to be 3 characters, 3 ASCII characters. That's the signature there. I call it a programmable parser because the parsing of the information you want, that you care about as a user, is described in a program. So this is the program telling it how to parse. So if I flip over to, here's another format, JSON. So JSON is a document that has a value in it. And the value could be an object, but in order to know, we have to look ahead. That's what this plus means in front. Look ahead one UTF-8 character, and if it's open curly brace, we know it's an object. And so an object is an open brace, and then one or more name value pairs separated by commas. And if we don't see a comma, we break out of that loop. And then a name value is a name colon value. So I have on my to-do list to do like elf, JPEG, ping. Someone else suggested, I don't have no idea what it is, but there's a bits format. I don't know what that is, but we're going to look into it. I was also doing MVE. That's weird. My preview started running again. MVE is a format used in old games like Baldur's Gate and Fallout. So another streamer here on Twitch is playing around with that format. And I'm like, hey, that looks cool. Let me try that out. So yeah, the way my program, what's the right word? The way my program uses the format programs, is it has a compiler built into it. Fits Nets' Visual Media Archive Hammer. Okay. So compiler built into my parser is built off of 2 big components, Lollipop and Logos. And for example, this is the Lollipop syntax for describing like the language, basically the parsing language. So a format file is one or more formats, and a format is a name, optional arguments, brace, some statements, and then an end brace. And down here you can see statements are things like a parse statement or a while loop or an alt or a for loop. or you can have assignments, increment, decrement, return, break. So this is the grammar of the language. And logos is used to describe how to turn the input characters in the format file into tokens. So I use a lot of regular expressions in that, but you don't have to. There's like reserved words, regular expressions to match identifiers, different kinds of numbers. There's the punctuation. Here's like literal string, and then a special case for detecting if you're missing the terminator on the end of the string. So those two built together allow my program to pull this in and then compile it into memory as like a recipe to follow for parsing the data. Yep. I feel that I'm not going to do it too often, but I'll once in a while, maybe once or twice in a stream, I'll stop and explain what I'm doing, because there's a lot of work, and I think I'm on a stream 90 something, and this is like the third rewrite of this tool. So I think the first, I forgot what I wrote it in first, but then like the last one was in C++. Then I really got into Rust, and I'm like, let me write all this in Rust. And I think it's better for it because I've picked up the good parts of what I had from C++, and the stuff I'm learning in Rust is allowing me to like make it a lot cleaner and more refined. So I'm liking the direction it's going. Yeah, right. Today, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm working on an image visualizer so I don't have to show this junk and instead show this. So conceptually, it would be like if this was down here so that when you either click on that or you mouse over it, it would show you that, and then you can even like blow this up. Maybe you unhook it from there and blow it up, and you can look at individual pixels. But the next thing I think, yeah, I was going to work on is showing a little zoomed in section where the cursor is. I will leave that up running. You're just starting to test out eGUI to see if it would suit your needs? Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. eGUI, we have a command for that too. So yeah, I've done a bunch in eGUI. So the hardest thing so far was, you see how like this selected region has these curved sections? Well, it turns out it's really hard to do that right now at eGUI. It doesn't support filling in a shape like this, like a path. The first attempt, it looked horrible. So I had to like do a whole bunch of custom graphics calls to draw all these little, tiny little curves, and I obsessed over it for like weeks. I really like the way it looks now. So that was the hardest part of this. This custom control, really, the highlights is the hardest part. The actual drawing of the bytes and offsets and stuff is pretty easy. You just use the text feature of the painter built into eGUI. This control took me a little longer because I wanted to have this like, it's kind of like a combination of a tree and a grid. So it's like a tree in the first column, and then any row can have additional columns. And getting that to look right and having the mouse over if there's not enough space to show it took a while. Like the interaction, the sensing of the mouse and like reacting and handling the column resizing took a while. This log window is super easy. In fact, I really don't even need to show that most of the time. We could just hide that and expand this all the way, right? So far, this image viewer, not too bad. At first, I was drawing the pixels with little rectangles, and then I figured out how to pull the image in as a texture. And now most of the stuff on top is just bells and whistles, like showing where the cursor is, drawing these rulers on top. I'm gonna make them look like real life rulers where we have like little tick marks for every 10 pixels, and if you zoom in, it's on every pixel or something like that. Maybe if you zoom in far enough, it'll actually show grid lines between pixels, like A-Sprite or other pixel art tools would show. But we're getting there. I think I also want it to show the actual RGB value that you have your mouse over. And I want to be able to zoom in, so we're going to do some of that today. So here's the code where I was basically getting the cursor's location in the image and in the UI. So I'm going to rename that UIX. And we're using some of this to draw the lines, but also I wanted to paint a zoomed in area around the cursor. So where we place it in the UI is UIX, UIY, and the part that we extract from the image is centered around cursor image X, image Y. But I need to put it in, this UV takes a coordinate between 0 and 1. So I believe that as far as the UV coordinates are concerned, I want the position to be centered around cursor image X divided by self dot image width as F32. I'm pretty bad about keeping graphics code clean. I've noticed that about myself. Like, there's probably simple things I could be doing here to make my life easier in doing the complicated math, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just not that great at it. So this size is going to be also divided by the image width and height, but it's a fixed number of pixels. So I think if we do 5 by 5, it's just 5 and 5, right? So that's the UV coordinates. I don't want to fit to available size here. We need to compute the rectangle around the cursor. Let's do from center size because that's the easiest, because the center is position to cursor UIX, cursor UIY. Size going to be the size of a pixel, which is, I think I had it as X scale. And I shouldn't put these magic numbers in, but I'm going to for the moment. Clean it up later. I'm just giving myself opportunities to do future refactoring, right? What's the problem with that? Vec2 centers. This wants a position and a vector. Position and a vector, unless I'm missing punctuation somewhere. I just don't see it. Oh, wait. I've combined the size and the position. So it just wants the size. We want to take this position and use it when we actually draw it, right? I guess I don't need to do a fit to exact size then, right? This is actually the draw that we want. It's UI dot paint. What did I find? It was paint at. Oh, it was with the image. Image paint at UI, and this is the rectangle we wanted, right? I think that's right, but I'm not completely sure. Let's see. Here goes nothing. Oh, you know, we're not scaling it up correctly. It's not going to actually magnify them. And I don't even see if it drew anything. If it did, I don't see it. Okay, so this is just not right. Yeah, I don't want to divide by the scale, actually. That's the wrong way, right? It's multiply. and it's even more than that, right? I want it to be even bigger. So like maybe, actually, I want these to be fixed, don't I? I want this scale to be fixed. So how big to make it? Like, let's just say 20. So this would be 100 by 100, right? Draw 100 by 100 centered where the cursor is. Ooh, 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 I think I did it. Look at that. Okay, so I don't know if I'm drawing the correct thing though. I think I am. Look at that. Woo! One problem is it doesn't actually show, like, I should probably show a little rendition of those cursor lines in the view here. Also, I think I'm off by a half pixel. I believe I am off by a half pixel. So I have to shift by a half pixel somewhere. It's kind of hard to see, where. I think I see it there. See, it's also not clipping at the edge. It's extending the left column. So right there, those are the true. That's the true left edge. And if you keep going left, it's extending that out. So a couple problems. Maybe when we get close to the edge, it should actually make that magnified thing stay to the, like, not draw over the left boundary like it does. Maybe it would be just like that, only the inner cursor that I'm drawing there would move. So I need to draw an inner cursor, and I also need to fix the fact that I'm a half pixel off. But I need to know which direction I'm off by. That's kind of hard to tell. Well, actually, no, it's easy to tell if I pick a particular pixel. Like that one on 11 by 26. Okay, so I need to go shift it to the right and down a half a pixel, I think. So the center, yeah, I need to add 0.5. Oh, I use this elsewhere, right? Okay, so then maybe not add to that, but here. I should have just done this with multi-cursor. That. I think that's what I want, right? Let's see. Let us see. Yes. Okay, so we have a 5 by 5 magnified area around the cursor. So that the brightest white dot at the bottom of the iris there, or the reflection off the eyeball, is at row 31, column 11. So 3111. Yeah, right there. Cool. So I guess what I'll do is I'll draw two rectangles, one inside the other, the same way I do those bars. So first in black and then on white around it. Oh, thank you, TS Joss. Make the magnifier transparent so you can see which pixel you're aiming at. I could do that too. I think I can do that. Actually, in order to do that, wouldn't I need to like modify the alpha of the image? I'd have to make the image itself transparent, wouldn't I? Or I'd have to have a custom shader that did it. It might be a little limited. Oh, wait. There was something called tint, right? I can do like a dot tint. Or can I just do a dot alpha? No. Transparent. Okay. There's tint. Maybe that's it. Because it takes a color 32. I can do a color 32. black alpha? No, I want a white alpha. White alpha, right? Let's do like half. Let's see what that does. That hopefully should make it 50% opaque. Oh, that did it. I like it. I like your idea, TS Just. Look at this. You can kind of see what you're mousing over. I need to make it a little bit more opaque though, I think, right? Actually, I don't know. It gets kind of confusing, but that might be just the opacity here. So, I don't know, 200 maybe? Now I'm totally guessing. Totally guessing. Actually, I don't know. It looks to me kind of confusing when I do this. I could do it like if you hold down shift or something. Let me what I'll do is I'll put in here to do is how we could make it semi-transparent. You code with VS Code at 215 to 225 transparency. Watch videos through the background. Huh. Never heard of anyone doing that. Also, suppress cursor, mouse cursor. Right. I wanted to highlight the centered pixel. And while we're at it, let's draw the pixel's color and text above it, above that. So, because we know exactly where it's going to be, right? It's going to be this minus 100, this minus 100, right? So why don't I just grab that, put that. No, I'm not going to use the same rectangle. I want a smaller rectangle centered around that. Yeah, anyway, let's do image. No, it's going to be ui.painter.rectangle stroke. What's the difference between rect and rect stroked? Oh, rect has a fill color. So we want rect stroke. Okay. We'll make the rectangle in a sec. Corner radius, I don't want any. Stroke is yes, new width, I guess it's just one, right? Color 32. We're gonna make the outer one black. Wait, what's the difference between stroke and stroke kind? I don't know. Gave it a color. Stroke kind. Oh, right. Oh, I could use the same rectangle and do like inside outside, right? Yeah. One's the outside. So let's compute the rectangle. So this is like cursor rect from center size, the same center, actually with a slightly different size. Okay, it's going to be a fifth of that, so 20. And we're going to paint two of them. A black one and a white one on the inside. All right. Try that out. Ooh, look at that. I think that looks cool. Oh, but I didn't print the color of it. I wanted to do that, right? Color text equals. I'm trying to remember where the color values came from. It was back when we made the image, right? It was self pixels, and we kind of have arranged that as a flat array. So we have to. It's like top to bottom, left to right, right? Okay, so it would be format percent O2X. Didn't I already do this somewhere? I think I did it and then I deleted it. Yeah, oh well. We have to do it again. Color equals self pixels index position. I actually get the number somewhere, don't I? That number. Oh, here there, Gambit the Zero. How are you doing? You've been learning Rust for about a month? So some of this should look familiar, like format, right? We are formatting a string. I'm not doing too much advanced Rust here. What makes this really complicated is the fact that we're using a graphics library called eGUI. So immediate mode, meaning that everything is done in response to function calls rather than declaring structure of the UI. So like when we say painter line segment, it literally draws a line, or it cues a command to draw a line as part of all the graphics commands we're doing. And so the complicated part is really in how we construct the information. Like maybe after a few months, you probably can recognize what this is. That's a fixed size array with two elements in it. And the type of the element is pos2. And pos2 is really just a struct with an x and a y that are both floating point 32-bit. Hopefully that makes enough sense. And then what kind of makes it more complicated is they're doing this is a hidden generic. So really, line segment is generic over the type of the stroke. It's any type that implements the trait into stroke, and that's meant to be more ergonomical. Where like you might have several types that could be converted to the stroke type, which is just structure with the width and the color. Like see how thick to make the line and what color to use, right? Well, you might have several different types that can convert into it, and this just says, well, as long as it's something that implements a conversion into stroke, you can use it as the second argument. I'm just making a stroke directly. So hopefully today. Hopefully not doing too much complicated Rust, other than it's just sort of it's just a mess of code because find it really hard to make clean UI code. So there's a lot of math to compute the sizes of things, and I'm trying to corral my magic numbers into constants, and then eventually I'll clean that up. But yeah, it's going to look a little messy, but hopefully not too complicated in the Rust syntax. I learned last night that galley is a name that comes from typography, or a galley is a metal tray containing a column of set type, usually the size of a page of text. So I was wondering yesterday, like, what the heck is a galley? It's used here to you make one appear somewhere. Where is it? Right here. When you lay out text, and you're not line wrapping here, it doesn't draw it immediately. It makes a galley. So it's kind of like a template that can be used to draw the text. And then calling galley says take that template and draw it at that position with and fill in any missing colors with that. Going to participate in a fair dedicated to Rust to learn about it better. Rust Lab in Florence. That sounds cool. If I didn't have a full-time job, I'd have more time to do stuff like that. That's the problem I have. I have very limited free time. If something like that was close to where I live, I might go. All right, so I was working on I need to know the coordinates, the exact coordinates of the pixels so that I can index into the pixels array. So like really I want cursor index, well, cursor row, right? Times self.image width plus cursor column, right? I want to do that so that I can, with the color extracted, it doesn't know what these types are, so it can't, the type inlays aren't working. I think just a sequence of doing like color shift right 16 and then mask out all but the lower bits, and then the same thing for the other 2 bytes, right? 8 bits and then no shifting at all. And then once we get that, we're going to want to draw it. So painter text. I'm thinking that the position would be this cursor rect's top left. Left top, top left, left top. There's an alias, top left. Whatever, left top, doesn't matter. Anchor, what's the type of anchor? Aligned to. Left bottom. Right? I think. The text is color text. Font ID, font.clone. Text color, color 32 white. All right, so I just need to get cursor row and column. So that is the cursor row. As U size. And then cursor column I computed somewhere else, so I'll clean this up later, but for now we're just recompute it. Cursor column. That's x minus left divided by x scale minus half, max 0, round, and U size. Oh, how is that done? Is that you put it inside of? Oh, I know, because I did this in Lua. That was the syntax in Lua. That's what we do in Rust, right? Yeah, very similar, but a little bit different. Okay, problem with this is we already moved it, right? Where did we move it? We moved it there. Instead of moving it, we're gonna clone it. All right. Are you taking 3 days off of work? The dedication, I admire that. Okay, it looks good except for a few things. One is it disappears in white. So maybe I can apply like a shadow effect to the text, or there must be some way to overcome that. Also, the font, I think maybe we want to center it over the pixel, and maybe slightly smaller, right? So left, so center bottom. Let's just customize it instead of cloning the original font ID. We'll make it half as big, and then I'm wondering how do we like customize it? Interesting. We can see how it's actually implemented. It actually implements it using the galley like I was doing before. So would I just draw it twice? Maybe, but this is one trick that sometimes works. Draw it like slightly larger in black and then draw white on top of that. Offset trick? Oh, I like the offset trick. I think this might be a low budget way of doing it. See. Oh, it's too small. Also, it's not centered on the position I really want. Yeah, it didn't quite work. I think maybe the offset trick. So it is too small. So maybe 12. So we don't want the top left. Actually, we want the center left, center top. 12, and then offset it. So the same thing, slightly offset. This I don't like the repetition here. So get the width of a string via glyph width, then add a left pad. What I really want is more advanced painting, like have it draw it with a shadow. Well, I could do the same thing with getting the galley. That's how I was doing the alignment. I was doing manual alignment up here. Um, so I was getting the galley, and then I was getting its rectangle. So if you could start the galley and then get the width of its rectangle, it's the same thing. Only it's the width of the whole string, not just one glyph, right? It's proportional font, so the width of a glyph depends on the glyph, right? Center top. What was I doing here? Oh, I was trying to offset it. Looking for a function that will just offset it. Div clamp or lerp. Round. Distant. I'm surprised that there's no function to offset a position by something. So I just need to add. Oh, it's a vec. I'm surprised I can't just like do like offset by or offset X or something. Just add or subtract it. Okay. You can tell I'm not used to eGUI. That's fine. It's almost legible. I think I need to offset it vertically. And maybe slightly larger. Although, if I have this, if it's really small, yeah, maybe slightly larger and then offset it vertically too. So this 12 and that 12 is 14. So one refactoring step that comes to mind immediately is like this sort of thing I could button up into a function called like shadowed text, where it draws it twice in a different color with a slight offset. Okay, that's much better. I can definitely read that. And I think the color values are actually correct. Look at that. Not exactly black there, is it? It's black up here, but not in there. It is annoying that the magnifier is always on. What if I have it so that I have to hold down shift or something? This whole thing is no, it's not this whole thing. It's this part here. If enabled. If UI.context dot like modifiers input. Shift has was it key pressed? Modifiers. There it is. Modifiers. Shift. Then do all this stuff. Down to here. I still find it like hard. This is nowhere near like easy for me to remember. That I have to remember to start with the UI, get the context, ask it to call me back with the input state, and then in the callback extract the shift state from the modifiers of the input. It's like there's too many things for me to remember. Maybe I have to make myself a cheat sheet for it. Okay, so now when I hold down shift, it shows it. Now, do I want have to hold down shift, or do I want it to maybe I toggle with shift? I don't know. Anyway, I'm really happy about this. Oh, I need to fix the edge problem. See there where it's extending the texture off the edge there? I think what I want to do there is when we're on the edge, I actually want the I want to draw it like that, but then move that center one off to the left, and then offset the whole thing to the right. Although I'm getting into like the minutia of the bells and whistles, so maybe I'm spending too much time on it. Oh, thank you, Extreme. Extreme T? That's what I'm trying to do. And I should tell you, Extreme T, Muse in here in chat also streams on Twitch, and he's like one of the masters of Rust. He's like been doing it forever. So check out his stream too. And we'll do the thing and shout him out. Yeah, definitely recommend. If you're learning Rust, you can pick up a thing or two every time you watch his stream. My favorite Musen stream was when, for Advent of Code, he tried, and it succeeded, to solve some of the puzzles using a Rust program that had no semicolons. So everything is a chain of functions, and decorating functions, or whatever the terminology is. So one huge function, which is you pass in a function to the function to the function. I didn't see your JVM with 0 semicolons, but I was impressed enough with the Advent of Code solutions. That one would even attempt that. Like, that's extreme code golf. Okay, I like how this is going. Will I remember the shift state thing, or do I want it to, like, maybe I was thinking I could put some controls in the corner here to remember, like, or to have an alternate way of toggling things, but maybe I have to think on that. I have to let that cook some more. JVM without semicolons. That's awesome. I like it. Yeah, the main is reading a file and then mapping. Yeah, there's a lot of maps. A lot of maps, a lot of closures. If I remember right, you had to do some, like, sometimes it's really hard to avoid a semicolon. You had to go through some exotic workarounds for that. And I would call this code, is code golf the right term? It's basically unreadable to the extreme because of the constraint you set on yourself. I just noticed something. If I lose the focus, it actually does the right thing. That's cool. If I move this to another desktop, can't do it that way. Oh, and I've lost. Nope, I got it back. Move this to another desktop. Oh no, I have the mouse dead zone. I can't try that right now. Dang it. Good time to back up the code. Favorites are Twitch bots with. You have Twitch bots without semicolons? I'm gonna reboot the virtual machine because there's a bug in it. I get mouse dead zones after a while. Maybe it's the universe telling me I need to learn more about keyboard shortcuts and not use the mouse anymore. There we go. There's another challenge I'm using. Do a project without touching the mouse at all. Only keyboard shortcuts. I'm sure it's possible. I'm sure there are people out there who never use the mouse. They do everything on their keyboard. They probably even have, like, mouse emulation in the keyboard. What a fun type signature. Let's see. Oh my goodness. It's got all the things in it. I should show this on stream. This is great. Okay, we're going to show this one. Look at that. I probably need to zoom out. Oh, that's the wrong key. I'm not hitting the right key to magnify for some reason. See, I don't even remember my own keyboard shortcuts. All right, anyway. Yeah, when your indentation is so extreme and we have to scroll horizontally to even admire it, that's another thing entirely. Well, thank you for allowing that. Yeah, Musin's insane, but in a good way. Yeah, it's like I don't even remember what all of. Yeah, it's like four nested beginning punctuations. That's a warning in and of itself. And then this, I forget the term for that, but the saying this function is for all s lifetimes. Oh man, yeah, my brain explodes just trying to comprehend what this is. Compiler probably has no problem with it. Does this slow the compiler at all, or is it just merrily chomp away at these tokens? Wow. Okay. Truly impressive. I like it. Yeah. Just a lot of Rust one day. It'll be natural. It's either that or I'll just be vibe coding and the AI will be doing all the code generation. Yeah. I mean, I look at my own code and I see I'm indenting at column 17. I'm already starting to sweat. Like yeah, that this is long past due to be refactored. I already have a note up here, right? Needs refactoring. Too many lines. I'm flagrantly disregarding that just to get it to work right now. A lot of this stuff could be simplified just by like computing some of this stuff up front and then just using the pre-computed values, right? Like there's no reason for me to have this font twice. For example, I can just say let uh, color text font equal that. And we just use it twice. The little thing with the clone, by the way, is because it's not a copy type and text insists on consuming it. It's not a copy type, but you can clone it. I don't know why it's not a copy type. There must be some reason. Because it's not a copy type, you have to manually clone it because text wants to consume the value. It wants to own the value. Weird rules about Rust that are different from C and C++. I mean, conceptually, this is doing the same thing twice, just with slightly different parameters. So I could package up the parameters in an array, right? We can say for offset color in now. Does this make it more or less readable? I don't know yet. Plus offset color. I think it makes it more readable. It's very clear now that we're doing the same thing multiple times, right? We're doing it twice, and these are like the differences. The differences are the offset and the color. I think it's better. I don't know what you guys think. Less as in less code is better. Less repetition is better. The the first thought I jump to when I see repetition is I need to have less of that. Sylvania, I have it in the back of my mind, but because of job rules, I can't work on it right now. Because of rule number 1. Less before you saw it, it looks better. Yeah, while it remains unwritten, you don't really have a good idea. Let me back up. It's better to wait until you see both the before and after to judge, right? Actually, now that I've done that, maybe I don't even need to clone. I can just put that in here, and then we don't see that clone weirdness. And then it's actually more clear what the font is. I like it when it formats it such that it's kind of easy to see. Even if you didn't really know Rust syntax, you'd probably figure out that this is a table, and we're looping it with the four, and like this is what we're selecting out, and we're naming them offset and color, and then we're using it here. Yeah, way shorter than doing that. Oh, there's a shortcut? Well, thank you. See, I don't know these shortcuts. You're saying that there's a proportional. Oh, there is. Look at that. 14. Even better. Thank you, Musin. You're awesome. I probably use this in other places. Showing me no results. Why? I don't know. If I search for font ID, though, I'll probably find it. Oh, look. I did use it back when I made the log display. Well, what happened to I know the top of this file has another font in it. And that's not okay. It is matching. Yes, I was thinking. I'm like pretty sure I had some code up here to do it. That would need to change as well. All right. Oh, this really needs to be cleaned up. I mean, while I'm at it, talking about for loops, I can do the same thing here, right? A stroke bind. Need to get better at keyboard shortcuts. One day I will. I wouldn't be able to live without Rust FMT, by the way. It turned my ugly mass of that into that. Make sure I'm not actually breaking anything. You do for size color in Splat? I don't know Splat. Splat is useful to reduce possible errors. It's new with T as S and Y. I'll have to look at that. So holding down Shift, I see the zoomed in view now. Look at that. Isn't that neat? I can see the exact pixel, and I can see the color at a quick glance. So up here it's black. Down here it's reddish. There's the white of Pepe's eyes. It's not quite white. And actually, there's some gentle variation in the white there. Interesting. Didn't know that before. And there's the green over here. What does the project do? The overall project is much larger than this image viewer, but it ties together really, really briefly. So I should have this. Oh, I had to reboot, so I don't have it open right now. This is the main thing I'm working on. So this is a tool that can take in a file and as raw bytes and interpret what those bytes mean. So in this case, the file we're opening is a GIF file. So for example, the first 3 bytes means the signature GIF. And that's one way you would be able to tell. If you didn't know what kind of file type it was, you'd look at the first 3 bytes and say, oh, it's probably a GIF file, right? That's the intent of the signature. It knows that there's like a description with the width and the height in here, the color table size. So there's a color table in here with the RGB values, which is the palette for all of the images. And then there's like these graphic control blocks each have an image inside. If I go a few levels down, here's the image. So I got to this point and I'm like, you know, it'd be really nice is rather than saying this jumble of numbers, what if it actually just showed me the image? So that's what we're working on with this this here image viewer. Imagine that this would be integrated into the other thing as like maybe down here. Maybe when you click on the image here, it would pop that up, and then you can be like, oh, let me look around here. Let me zoom in and look at some of these pixel values. And maybe even if you click, it would show which pixel it was and where it came from the file. Do some of that already. So if I like go back to that, let's go to the like the image width of this image, right? If I click there, it actually scrolls down to where that is in the file. And while you're here, you might be, oh, what's this Netscape? You can click on that, and it shows you that it's part of this application extension. The tool doesn't just work with GIF. It's programmable in that you describe the format you want to parse in its own language. Looks like this. So it should map, if I did this right, to the overall format here is a header, logical screen, data, and a trailer. Well, header, logical screen, data, and trailer. So it looks like a function in C, in a programming language like C, only instead of code to execute to like to do math or whatever, it's representing a thing we're parsing, and the things are composable. So you can have like smaller blocks inside of larger blocks, and that's exactly what header is. Header is a smaller block that's described here, and it has an even deeper level called version, which is down here. The leaf nodes, so to speak, where it stops, where the smallest parts are these built-ins, like UI and S. S for string, UI for unsigned integer. And there's other syntax around here like the colon and the number means the number of bits. If it's a plus, then it's a look ahead. If there's a minus, it's an ignore, that kind of thing. Yeah, this I think would be useful for reverse engineering formats. So that's what I'm working on, and very specifically working on this image viewer that I would want to plug down, you know, somewhere in the GUI here, so that when you highlight an image, that we'd actually be able to inspect it. So a couple things I'm working on today are that if I hold down Shift, I can see a zoomed in thing with the pixel value. And these rulers at the top, I kind of want them to look like actual rulers and give me an idea of like where, like how wide this is that we're looking at. Another thing that'd be cool is be able to zoom in. Like if I click and then drag, maybe I would draw a box, and then if I release the mouse, maybe it would zoom in and show me that region of the image, right? That'd be cool. So those are the things I'm working on today. Little bells and whistles of this image viewer. So yeah, I was gonna look up, Musin was saying that has a new thing called Splat, and I don't know what that is, so let's look it up. Rust docs, Splat. Vec Splat? Or is it Slice Splat? Split. Split Splat. Oh, this is part of eGUI, not Rust. Okay, got it. Go to eGUI, go to its API reference, type Splat. Got it. Okay. Set both X and Y to the same value. Okay. And you're saying you do for size and color in 0 white, 1 black, then vec2 splat size. Oh, that's if it happens to be 0, 0, and 1, 1, right? But then what if I decide later to make that a 2? I can't use splat anymore. Yeah, for now, if these constants hold, I could use splat and make I guess you're saying I can just do this, right? So I could do that for now, and if I needed the x and y to be different values, I would just go back to doing it that way, right? Like if that was 0.5 or something, sure. Okay, good to know. Now we know what splat is. You just 1-0 and make the vec2 in it. Yeah, so right. So I could make this even, but yeah, this I kind of wanted it to construct a vector in the array to start with, because we might construct a vector in different ways. It might not always be a fixed thing here. Like I didn't want to burn that in, but I see what you're saying. In E-math, okay. Hey there, Matthew. How are you doing? Yeah, so, well, it's good to know. It's good to know we have this thing called splat, because then we can avoid some repetition. Like, I could probably use it here. Splat. Does it say what that term comes from? That's probably some kind of jargon, some math jargon, right? Graphics jargon. Just do that here. Splat 100. Comes from a GLSL function. Just got home from work. Congratulations on successfully completing work for the day. GLSL. Splat. Splat shading system. Huh. Gaussian splat. Oh, I don't need you, AI. Just bring me to Wikipedia. Ooh, let's just go look at it. What? Not have the full thing? Can't find it. Is it not in GLSL? What? Or maybe HLSL. Okay. Maybe HLSL. I get confused myself. There's Swizzle. Okay. HLSL supports creating vectors through splat operations where a single value is broadcast across a vector elements. Vector for I guess it just it's splat because it's the sound you would make if you threw an integer across a vector. Splat. Okay. Enough. Splat is used in Ruby for the same thing. I'm just curious about the etymology. Is that the right word? Like, why is it called splat? Is it named after the sound? The KW args means keyword args. That I know where the name comes from, but splat sounds like it might have a more fun background. It looks like a paint splat. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, where was I? Etymologies, bugs. What is the term for like the origin of a word? Origin of a word. Etymology. Etymology. Thank you. Entomology is bugs. Etymology is words. I like etymology because some of that's fascinating. Like you hear like an interesting word, like who invented that word? All right. We're working on this image viewer. I'm adding bells and whistles to it like this zoom in. Oh, I know what I was going to do next. Anyway, yeah, I'm adding bells and whistles like hold down shift and I see a 5x5 zoomed in area around the cursor along with the color that I'm looking at. That zoomed in thing has a bug here when we get to an edge where the texture is extended to the left. So optimally what I'd like to do is see when I'm on column 2, I think that's as far as the 5x5 should go. And if I scroll left anymore, I think that box in the middle should move to the left. Also, I think this 5x5 area should move over to where it's like around here. So basically it should not obscure the row number. And same thing if I go over to the right, like I don't want it to overdraw the right. I think it should like kind of bump over to the left a little bit. What am I using Lua for? It's super convenient to do the equivalent of navigating my data structure every time I run the program. So when I open this GUI, if I wanted to get to that same image, I'd have to click on data, I'd have to click on the one, I'd have to click on graphical rendering block to get to the table-based image, and then finally I get to it, right? So the Lua script is doing that and is in an automated way. So I'm using Lua for automation. So here's what it does. It pulls in the GIF format, which is also kind of automatic in this one because it remembers the last one you opened. Same thing with the file, and same thing with parsing that file. But here's where the automation gets really useful. I can just script that I want to extract the color table from here, and I want to extract the image and its size from here, and then I want to make an image viewer, the class I'm working on right now, and I want to host it in a window and run that Windows window event loop. So that on the command line, all I need to type is at the end of my cargo build, I say just run this Lua script, and then we're immediately to that image, right? And if I wanted to, I could change that 2 to 4, and now we're picking a different image, right? So again, if you're not familiar with the image we're looking at, it's Pog slide, right? So each image is going to be a different frame from that animation. So it's just super convenient. Also, I'm thinking about doing it the other way. Right now, we're pulling the parser tools as a Lua plugin. But I could also take Lua interpreter itself and plug that back into this UI. So my idea last night after the stream was, what if, like right now when we click image data, all it does is it shows where the bytes are. But what if it also ran a Lua script, and that Lua script said, hey, populate a region of the screen here with the image viewer. So we get the equivalent of that, right? So in addition, like if I maybe clicked on other things, I could run other Lua scripts, and then the script could like pull interesting things from that block and show it down here as text maybe. So that's what I'm also considering using Lua for. Basically automating or embedding more instructions on like tooling that I like to have, so that it's not all manual manipulation of the user interface. Also, it's fun to keep my Lua skills sharp. So to do this, I had to make. Should I just briefly go over that? It's super easy to make a Lua plugin in Rust. Just use the mlua crate, turn on the module feature, make your crate a cdilib so that it's loadable by C. In your main lib, make a Lua module, and that's a function that takes the Lua interpreter and returns a table. And you just populate that table with the functions that you want to show up as members of the output of the require statement. So require is loading and linking in your plugin, and the value it returns will be the table that you returned. So parser, bitstream file, ingest, these all show up here as functions we created. And the Lua create function takes any function that takes a Lua interpreter and some arguments and returns a result. And the arguments are like this from Lua multi is a trait. It basically says it's like generalized arbitrary number of Lua values. And into Lua multi is the other direction. But through the magic of Rust type system, it lets you do things like when I make a new parser here, I just say, hey, I'm returning a parser. I don't know how you package that in the return value or what. Hey, my arguments, it's nothing, right? It automatically figures out how to convert this between Lua and Rust, as well as my parser. The only thing it requires of me is that my parser has to implement the Lua user data, which is the custom user data type, which would make sense if you knew Lua. Basically, it's a custom type in Lua. And in addition to implementing that user data trait, also you can add your own fields, methods, and meta methods to your user data. And if you need to get the value back out of Lua, you implement from Lua, and there you do stuff like make sure it's a user value, get a reference to it, clone that reference, handle if it's not a user data. So it's really, once you get the first few little tricks on like the fact that you make a module this way, you use create table, and you set your exports. Once you get that, it's really easy, I think. You're a derived macro that can generate Lua compatible syntax annotations. One day you'll publish it. Maybe collaborate with the mLua developer. The query syntax to go through the AST. Yeah, so I have a wrapper for the data component itself. So this ingestion shared data component is the output of my parser, right? It's got things like what the format is, where it is in the original bit stream, which is how we do things like we click it and it knows what bytes to highlight. What value we parsed out of it, and that value can be one of these types, right? So both the component and the value types I have wrapped in Lua. So like, yeah, for example, like, it used to be that you'd have to call the part method to look up a child from the keyed children hash, but then I figured out you can add a meta method called index, and if it's a string, do the same thing. And then also kind of leverage the type system. Say, well, if you index by integer, you're actually going into the iterations instead of the keyed children, right? So that was handy. And so this got a lot easier. It used to be like you had to go to part and you pass the string as an argument, but then I was just saying colon part everywhere, or really I wanted it to just look natural like that. So this is possible if you declare, if you add a meta method index, and you don't have to match by the type. You could just put string here, for example, and the type system would insert the right conversion in there for you. But if you leave it as Lua value, then you can be more flexible about the type. Same thing with value. So for value, it's also a user data, and this one I'm not too sure if I want to have, because I think I wanted to make it more natural. But right now, you can manually extract out the Lua equivalent of that value. So like a Boolean becomes a Lua value Boolean, decimal is a number, a map is a table, a set is a different kind of table, signed integer is an integer, unsigned integer is an integer. This is a placeholder for like, I think this is it to hold on to a bit stream, and all it does is you can get it back out to Rust, and that's it. This is actually a good example of the minimal wrapping you need to carry a Rust value along in a Lua script. Is you just make it a user data, and if you need it to get it back into Rust, you have to implement from Lua. That's the minimum. Because getting it back out, you're holding it by reference, you're cloning a reference here, you need it to either be clonable or reference counted. So for my bitstream, it's clonable, and I think for data value, it's also clonable, but data component, I believe I made it reference counted. Well, yeah, because this type is inherently reference counted. Anyway, big long aside, sorry about that. I should say sorry to myself for not getting my work done. Let's fix this bug. where if I hold down shift, let me fix the texture part first, maybe? Well, hold on. If we just like put a clamp on the region, then I won't have to worry about going over on the texture, right? Same thing with the right edge here. Go too far to the right. Well, I'd have to give it some extra space here. See how it looks like there's more pixels to the right. They're not actually there. We're just at the edge and it's extending the edge. How would I do that? All but this. Am I getting towards 2 hour? I'm feeling that 2 hour. Oh, I have some changes. What? Accidentally changed that file. Getting close to the 2 hour mark, which means I'm starting to feel that 2 hour energy drain. Okay, it's all about the highlighting the centered pixel, right? No, there's also the temporary comments here until I refactor this into a method whose name tells me what it does. This block of code, what does it do? It's construct a zoomed in subset, zoomed in region of the image. I think I wanted that to go with that and say draw probably zoomed in region. So get image X, image Y, right? And it's centered on that. I think I need to clamp it. I have way too many magic numbers as it is, so let's fix this magic number thing. So const is like magnified region width. And height. And it's going to bug me about not using them yet. There. So in a few places we do need them as a float. But the reason I made them a constant is we're going to use that here as well. So we need to clamp the X and the Y. Where do we compute the Y? Way up here. I think I want to recompute it here because we're going to have we're going to move the center when we're drawing the magnified area. And we're allowed to do that. It's not going to warn me that I redeclared it. It's just a local definition of it. First things first, to not roll off the end, we need to clamp this, right? Clamp. Minimum would be the region width divided by 2. The region width minus 1 divided by 2. Let's overlap. So that's like this minus 1 over 2. Okay, and then that's what I'm going to put in the clamp here. Maybe Well, I kind of, conceptually, it's an integer. And I want to keep it as an integer. But this is dealing in floats right now. That's fine. We just convert it back into a float. So this will be 2, right? So it'll be a minimum of 2, correct? And then the maximum should be self.image width minus that. As F32. Okay, so we have a clamp for X. Let's add a clamp for Y. That's going to be Y's instead of X's and height instead of width. Okay. See if I did it right. I'm chuckling because like it gets really gross and ugly. And it's only in my UI code and I'm starting to think I'm just not thinking of the math in the right way. Or I'm not using enough helper functions. Okay, so we go towards the left here and oh, yep, it did the right thing for see how it if I go to column 2 and I go to the right to 3, it does move. But if I go to column 1, it doesn't move. There is a bug though, a couple bugs. It's not putting the rectangle, it's not putting the square, the center square in the right place. It should go one more to the left, and then 0 should go a 2 to the left, right? Also, when it draws this magnified region, I think we want to draw it like, we want to push it to the right. So which one do I want to deal with first? Probably the square is the easier one, right? I think what we need to do is we need to know the difference between this part and then after we clamp it. So let's do it this, well, let me think about this. This part. Let's just rename this one right now. Clamped. And then I'll do it again without clamped. And then I'll use one in the other. You see zooms. That's right, Endorn. We're making progress. This is clamped. And then the unclamped we extract out and use here. Wait. Why? It's too similar to an existing binding? It doesn't like that the name is too similar to that. Ah, that's annoying. I like my names. I'm going to tell the linter that I have yet another thing for you to ignore. Similar names. Allow similar names, please. Thank you. Yeah, we really do need to refactor this. It's getting out of hand. I'm having trouble finding the code again. Anyway, so we're gonna end up with a shift, right? Cursor shift X is it's gonna be clamped minus unclamped, right? And we're gonna add that. We're gonna add this shift to where we draw the box. Have some rest and not be so tense. Yeah, I know, Clippy. God. Okay, we draw the image. Draw the. Okay, so is in the highlight here. So it's the center of the. It's this cursor rect, right? Yes. So I need to add position to the shift. But multiplied by this 20 constant. Vec2? Oh, you add a vector to position. Okay, I think that'll work. This should move the rectangle to the right spot, along with the text, I think, because I used the rectangle to compute the text position as well. Here we go. Go towards that edge, and oh, it went the wrong way. I got it backwards. Yeah, that's funny. All right. I do that a lot, don't I? I like get things backwards. So exchange these. That's what happens when you have sign issues. Either you add when you should have subtracted, or you subtracted a minus b instead of b minus a, or yeah. I have a lazy solution, which is try it one way, and if it doesn't work, flip it. And that works for me like 80% of the time. Okay. I don't think that looks too odd. It kind of reinforces the fact that I'm hitting the edge of the image when I do that, right? So if we go up to the top of the image, oh, why did it draw it like that? Oh no, that's what it's supposed to do, but the problem is we don't have a lot of room. So if I do it the other way, hard to see because the corner of the image is black, but yeah. It makes the other bug more obvious now, which is that when we're at the edge, I should move the whole magnified region should shift to the right. Times negative 1.0. Math is hard. Yeah. Same thing with when we hit the bottom here. It's doing the right thing, but we're drawing off the end. I think it's actually off by 1. We this. Huh. I think it's off by 1 at the very end. What about the right edge? Off by 1 there as well? Yes. Off by 1. Okay, we're off by 1 in the clamp. So this needs to be minus 1. And this needs to be minus 1. So I need to take a break for lunch and coffee. I might come back, or I might stream tomorrow. I need to decide. Am I doing a longer stream today, or am I just coming back later today? I didn't say that right. Am I doing a longer, more streaming today, and no streaming tomorrow, or end the stream soon and then do more work tomorrow? Okay, so this is correct, but we need to shift the magnified area over a little bit when that happens. So the shift of the magnified area will actually offset the movement of that rectangle, I think. I'm not going yet, TS Jost. Don't worry. I could use the same shift actually, right? So instead of shifting the cursor, I shift the whole magnified region. Yeah, so this thing I could pre-compute up here. Shift. Cursor shift. So I would just add it here, right? And not here. See if I got that right. I'm afraid I've got it wrong. And then we're gonna have an amusing side effect here in a moment. Go over to the left. Interesting. It went the wrong way. Or didn't move it at all. Huh. Think about this. And to yell hello back to someone who just arrived home. Oh, it's Mrs. Raimu. Thank you. Okay, I tried to shift it, but it didn't shift, did it? Mrs. Raimu, yes it is. From center. Okay, I'm confused. Did I shift it? It looked like it didn't shift at all. Oh, it's shifting the wrong way. Okay, again, I gotta flip the sign. But I think I'm gonna have to add it back on the other side. Because no, actually, hold on. That might not be true. Let's see. The other side. What I mean by that is the center the white center rectangle. I think I also have to shift that. Okay, good. And I don't have to shift the other thing. So it goes all the way up to the edge. Oh wait, I see a problem though. It's only doing it for the last 2 pixels. Maybe that's good enough. There's a certain thing as being good enough. Like we're overdrawing the right, but when I get to the edge, it all fixes itself, right? Only when I'm like near the edge do we have the overdraw problem. Do we really want to be picky and avoid overdraw completely? I am cutting off the last character of the color, which is a problem. I don't know. I think this might be good enough for now. Wait, is that bottom pixel really is black? No. Oh, it is. Black over here and it becomes green over here. Okay. So it's actually correct. Oh, what happened there? Oh, the row number is showing up near where we're drawing the highlight. I think it's fine. I think this is good enough. Good enough for government work. Like, sure, there's an overdraw problem, but yeah, okay, good enough. I'm happy. I'm looking at the number on the top and the number on the left now, wondering if I want to change anything. I think I want to try to add the static marks that show like where, like it should show 0 on the left, and maybe in this case it would maybe go up to 20 or something. So 0, 20, 40, 60, all the way up to maybe show 111 as the one on the right. You know, and with a little tick mark above it. Or below it. So it'd be a tick mark and then the number above it. I think I'll start with just spacing them out so that we need to pick an interval that we're not drawing it too densely. So we'll have to pick a drawing interval. Draw the numbers. Draw the tick marks under the numbers. I'm already thinking that this is way too much code without refactoring what we have. So maybe I need to do the refactoring first. Yeah, don't need this anymore. Let's start with moving the constants out. I think the constants should go between the uses and the types. Yep, using a GUI. So a really brief intro. I'm working on this tool that you can use to parse data, and it's programmable so that the format is something you could give it like kind of like giving it a computer program. And this particular format that I programmed it to do is programming animated GIFs. So I closed it. I'll open it again. Pog slide is an animated GIF. It looks like that. If we're looking at it in its raw form and parsed form, well, I got it down to this, and I'm like, you know, it would be nice instead of showing the pixel indices like this, and it's really not very useful. It's like, okay, it looks like it's probably correct, but I actually want to visualize it. So I'm adding in image visualization GUI. Why is it building? Did I change something? I did change something. So it would plug into the main UI and in a certain way. I'll show you in a sec as soon as it loads. It'd be like if you click that image, it might show it down here or something. And then once it's down here, you can zoom in on the pixels, see the particular values, and maybe if you click, it would show something more specific in the image data or in the bytes. Maybe like it'd be cool if you could pick a pixel, for example, like this one. I click it, and it would show me which byte that goes to. So that's what I'm working on today is the refinement of this image viewer. It's an eGUI custom widget that would fit into my overall UI. And I need to refactor the code I just wrote. So I spent the last couple hours writing this magnifier, basically. And also I figured out how, when we're drawing the image in the first place, to draw it with the texture option to pick the nearest color rather than linear interpolation, because it was smearing it because it was doing linear interpolation when we zoom in like this. Oh yeah, I also added it so that when we are zoomed in, the bars are thicker. So the bars should correspond to 1 pixel width and height. So if I like resize that down, the lines are smaller, right? But yeah, most of the work today has been this magnifier, I think. And it's not completely done. There's some rough things about it, but it's good enough. Like there's some overdraw if we get to the right or if we get to the bottom. It's good enough for now. It gets the job done, I think. So specifically right now, I'm going to refactor the code that draws this magnifier. Yeah, eGUI. I do hobby stuff in Rust on this channel, and when I need to do a UI, I've been going to eGUI lately because it meets the needs that I have, and it's also pretty flexible. You can embed it in the browser. You can build it on every platform. Along with eGUI, I use the WGPU backend. Very nice. That's when you see stuff like this got an adapter for, so under the hood it's using Vulkan, but I'm not programming in Vulkan. I'm using WGPU, and there is an integration layer made by, I think, the eGUI author or the community, called eGUI WGPU. So it gives me the front end and the back end. All I have to do is know how to code an eGUI. I am off by one version. That's another thing I need to do, is to update to the latest. Okay, I'm refactoring code right now, so I'm trying to get rid of all the warnings. And the big thing is that this function has too many lines. The draw has too many lines. I need to break it up. But first, I had made these constants near where I was basically typing out my thoughts. And now that they're all written, we need to like formalize them and maybe give them better names. Because once I take them out of context, sometimes the name alone is not enough context. It's like the margin of what, right? So in this case, it's the margin of, what were we doing at the time? Drawing the vertical selection line. Vertical selection line. Oh, this is for the text. Yeah. So this is the ruler text margin Y. And this is the ruler text margin, X and Y. You choose the Glow backend with and WASM. WGPU itself, it has the Vulkan backend. I think it also has a WASM backend, or it's not WASM. It's WGL. Is that what it is? There's also WGPU is also the name of a newer web graphics library, right? The WGL? No. WebGL. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Bara. It's WebGL. So WebGL is the older standard, right? So WGPU has a WebGL backend, but then there's WGPU, I think, is a newer version of WebGL. Yeah. Oh, it's WebGPU. Okay. So WGPU has a WebGPU and a WebGL backend. In the past, I was really into coding directly to the backend, like whether it's OpenGL or Metal or Vulkan. These days, I kind of like using platform independent adapters. Okay, I got rid of all my constants, and I just have, I guess I don't really need that. If I have another copy somewhere else if I actually need it. In the end, really, we just need to knock down this huge function. Yeah, the shader translation is nice. So, do I actually have any shaders? I don't have any shaders in this project. New window and open recent. Just open the playground one. And then close everything. Yeah, like here's a WGPU shader. You write it in WGSL, and it translates this into the whatever shading language the backend uses. And it's not too far off from shading languages you might already know. There's some things that are like peculiar about it. Oh, this is a very simple fragment vertex shader combo, I think, to just draw a 3D model. Performance of Glow is great. The app you develop that has any performance concerns or bottleneck by CPU. Cool. Yeah. And if WGSL has the sanity and learnable stamps of approval from Musin, then I think we can all be satisfied. Oh, I think I closed. You know what I did is I opened the new window and I had the wrong window open the project, so I need to reopen this project. It means it's gonna have closed my two shells. Open them again. Then in one window, and then have this ready to go in the other. All right, so there. That's the thing we're working on. I didn't break it. Yay! Still working. Got some visual artifacts. Not perfect, but it is what it is. Yeah, eGUI doesn't really care about the back end. What does care is the integration layer. So that would be like eGUI WGPU is the part that cares. Why change the back end? If I wanted to move this onto the well, the backend is chosen for me right now based off of what target I compile it to. So if I compile it to a WASM target, it'll pick a web GL or a web GPU backend for me. So that's why it would change. I wouldn't change it. The abstraction layer is going to change it depending on what I'm targeting and then what's available at runtime. Yeah, the WInit part, that's the other thing. We not only have to integrate with WGPU, we have to integrate with the windowing system if there is one, and that's if we want a native window. I don't think we don't need WInit and web and eGUI WInit if the backend is the web, right? It's been a while since I've done a web-based one. All right. This is doing more than drawing the image. That's the problem I had here. The drawing of the image is actually here. This is import the image into a texture. And this get or insert with means that it'll really only be done once. Then, so let's go and refactor that out. Extract image texture. Okay, it didn't quite do what I wanted. No, it actually did. It did do what I wanted. We wanted a reference back out. But that's going to be a problem because we can't return a local. So I think we just have to bite the bullet and say, this one's not responsible for getting the texture out. Is there a version of get or insert with that doesn't return a reference? Or can I just ignore the return value? I think I'm just going to ignore the return value. So we don't really want to do that. We're just doing that. I guess we don't. This is more than we need, right? Wouldn't it just be let if texture is none, return. And then down here it's texture equals. Texture.replace, right? Just be that. So if it's only responsible for replacing the texture by loading a new one into it, and we have an early return if it's already been done, then this has to change a little bit because we have to do this separately. Let some, well, I think we're just going to expect it, right? Let texture be equal to self.image.borrow as ref. Oh, no, I have to do this thing where we do it twice, right? Because we need to extend the lifetime of the original text of the original borrow. Expect. Should have an image texture. Okay. Rust memory leak. Isn't that an oxymoron? Is it possible to get a memory leak in Rust? I think you'd have to try pretty hard. Like we're having safe code. Fancy dynamic API generation or shader. Oh, okay. You're in the context of that statement. Leaning towards streaming a little bit more and then just calling it a day and maybe tomorrow stream tomorrow if I feel like it. Otherwise it'd be Monday. I don't want to burn out. So yeah, but then if you call leak on a vector or a box, you're kind of, it's kind of a foot gun, isn't it? You're that's why you're kappaing it, right? Like you're kind of asking for it if you call any of that. I understand that sometimes you need to, and then that's where you're striding the line of unsafe, right? It's safe, but you can leak because you asked for it, right? The different meanings of safe. It's not. It's maybe not leak proof. Well, if safe implies it doesn't leak, it's not safe. But if safe is just that you're not going to go out of bounds or use after free, then yeah, then you're still safe, right? Do I need this response other than to get the rectangle out? I need it for the hover position. Okay. So I guess we will just extract this whole thing. If I extract from this much of it, it will give it a better idea of what I want, right? Yeah. Fun name. Draw image. And get actual size. Whoops. So I add the and get actual size to give meaning to the second element of the tuple. So it's like we're drawing drawing an image, which implies to me it's going to return a response, and getting the actual size that's there. It doesn't. Oh, that does look right because we're tunneling. We're tunneling it. Okay, I think we're good. So yeah, this is not actually drawing the image. What is this doing? Fonts rectangle inner. Oh no, it should have been in there. I just didn't include it. Right. Well, hold on. Do I use the actual image size anywhere else? Okay, I don't. So what I can do then is, what about outer area? Also not used. So I can change the meaning of this a little bit. I could just say let response image actual size. Actually, why am I doing that when I could do that inside of there? So I can just reduce this. I can just do this here. And then this becomes inner area. Draw size and get actual area. Get drawn area. Rect. Is that not a rect? It is a rect. Get rid of semicolon. Okay. So this becomes inner area. Okay. Then this is determine how scaled the image actually is. First time you've seen Musin as a chat member? Hey there, Spark8. It happens if you stream Rust and wait long enough. I think you'll see Musin. You know, they're in other people's chat too. I think it's got to be Rust. Yeah, you'll see Musin in other streams if they're Rust related. So like I've seen him in was it Togglebit? I've seen Musin in Togglebit stream, I think, as well. So I should give shout outs to, as implied, Musin is a streamer. Also shout out to where you also might see Musin from time to time would be Togglebit stream. Wait, I have to wait 1 minute 52 seconds before giving another shout out? What kind of crap is that? Oh well. Yeah. That's why I haven't streamed for like a year and a half. Because I was ultra busy. I guess I'm less ultra busy, I'm just super busy now. I'm not ultra busy. I'm able to do some streaming now. Shift rulers to meet actual image edges. Okay, drawing the horizontal ruler definitely will, we can separate. Let's just start with that. But I reuse the ruler line, don't I? No, I don't. Ruler text? I do use the ruler text down here. Okay, but I can move that, right? It's not used until here. Wait. Oh, I'm getting confused. Back up. Horizontal. Okay, the vertical selection line uses the horizontal ruler's position. That's fine. So I can move that to there. Just so I can refactor out drawing the horizontal ruler. So this could just be a its own function. A horizontal ruler. Okay. Oh, that's where we did the truncation and losing the sign and all that stuff, right? Plenty of these linter things that we're going to need. We need truncation one. Okay, don't need the other ones. All right. Does that mean I can get rid of this one now? No, not yet. We'll get there. Okay. I'm wondering if I have a section for vertical selection line and horizontal selection line, and they have the same if clause, and I'm wondering if I should just put them in the same thing. I kind of feel like I should. So let me see what happens if I move the vertical ruler code. I put the rulers together. And yeah, so this goes down here, right? Horizontal selection line uses the ruler's edge. So I can at least refactor out the drawing the vertical ruler. Okay, it doesn't need to be mutable. We're all good, right? Okay. And now it's starting to get readable. Yeah. My question is I've moved around I've changed the order of the code, so does it break anything visually? Let me try that again. Another Twitch streamer who does Rust. I don't actually know if he's streamed recently. Is Togglebit. Oh, I broke it. We don't have an image texture. I think I know why. Because it'll be asked to draw, and we might not have an image set yet, right? Yeah, we might run into this. So this should really like do let some. Wait, let me think about this. Extract image texture. We should get something back out of it. Wait, this should be if sum. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, wrong shell. I had it backwards. None instead of sum. If we already have a texture, we don't need to extract it. Toggle bits on vacation? Fair enough. Yay, it's still working. Cool, all right. Oh, I didn't look at everything there. I didn't look at the vertical ruler. And the horizontal ruler, the numbers still clamp. It's important that it looks nice. So the numbers are all clamping correctly. All right, cool. So then I think I can combine the selection lines. So draw the so vertical. This overall is going to be draw the selection line. Yeah, I don't need these comments anymore, right? Because it's obvious what we're doing there. So the shifting requires knowing the inner area. How about we do that here? Then I don't need, then I'm combining two sections to one. I'm going to keep the comment because it's like loosely associated steps that don't really fit into a function. Although maybe they should. Would it be too bad if well, don't overthink it. I feel like I need to have that comment because these names aren't good enough. So what if I just improve the name? Image scaling X. Image scaling Y. Get rid of that then. I feel like I need to have a space there. Make it more readable right now, but maybe to get it down, my objective would be get rid of all comments and all spaces. So I think all I need to do here is I take this out and put it up here with this one, which now feels better. And then I can remove that one and that, hit save, and we're good. Then I can refactor the whole thing out twice. The parts are their own functions, and the overall is another one. Nothing broken. All right. Okay, then I'm going to extract this whole thing out. This is draw selection line, right? Oh, we're also doing the zoomed in thing. So this is like draw selection. Yeah. Draw selection. Okay, so it does have a lot of parameters, which I don't like. Wait, is font only used once? So I can move the font then, right? Yeah, I can move the font in here. Don't need to pass it in. Yeah, a lot of yellow. I have to refactor again, right? It's going to tell me too many lines. So this is drawing the vertical selection line. Draw vertical selection line. That's all it's doing, right? Just drawing that line. It's also drawing the text in the ruler. So maybe this is draw selection line with ruler mark. With ruler mark. Ugh, I don't like it. Just arbitrarily arranged my arguments. Probably gonna fix that, right? Control dot is the keyboard shortcut to get that refactor. I thought I did. I thought that's what I was doing. Was I just using the mouse? Yeah, I was just being lazy. Draw vertical selection line with ruler mark. Using the keyboard. Draw a vertical selection line with ruler mark. Wait, what? Oh, I named it wrong. Horizontal, right? And I made an oopsie there too. Back that out. The yellow lines are getting in my way, so I'm going to ignore it for a moment. Too many arguments. Ah! Yeah, probably. Yes. We are truncating for sure. And we're ignoring sign loss. Actually, we're not technically. Max 0 is to prevent it from losing. This. Sign's always positive. Maybe there's a better way to do that. Reason to do? Wait, can you do a reason? I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. I learn something every day. Relatively new? I like relatively new things. Forget why I thought I had to clone there. I guess I don't, because that's the last place we use the font. Okay. Wait. Okay. Loss of precision. I should consider putting reasons in for that too, right? Also, I should probably look more carefully. Do I really need to ignore the lint, or maybe I should consider it more closely? It doesn't like my name here. It says it's too close to that name. What if I just move the X to the end? Yeah, that's what it wanted me to do. Okay, why? Trying to figure out why. Oh, that's why cursor UI Y is used later. Oh, right. I remember this. We computed it twice. The X one. But I didn't do the same for the Y. If I do that, why is that not clamped? Hold on, there's something different here between why do we need the Y here? It's in the line segment, but what about inside of here? Hold on. I think I see what it was. This that? Oh, it was broken out. Yeah, I see. That's what it. This originally was one thing, right? And then I clamp it later. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Multiply at image scaling x left. Yeah, I see that for the vertical line, it's just one variable. So why did I break it out here for y, and then I guess I because I reused it later down here somewhere? Down, oh right, I just copy pasted that, didn't I? Yeah, why is it not clamped? Is that a bug? Okay, I'm just gonna assume it's a bug. Then I'm gonna make this code the same as it was before, so like it's just cursor x, cursor y. Oops. And includes that. Wait. No. Doesn't include that. Just that. Am I doing this wrong? Hold on. I am doing this wrong. Undo. Okay. I do have the minus and then the plus. So I do want the minus and then the plus. Even though it looks really odd. Now I think I can finally extract this out. Draw a vertical. Fun name. Horizontal selection line with ruler mark. Get rid of that mutability. So this should look similar to the vertical one. Yeah, okay. Wait, how come cursor? Oh, it's returning a cursor. What the heck? I forgot to move this before refactoring it out. Okay. I don't know where this goes. I guess it goes with that. Right, it goes down there. Okay. That's why. So I think there's some redundant calculation going on. This is certainly redundant. So the way I think I want to solve it is I'm going to have some kind of contextual structure to share some of the computed values. And I think that's also how I'm going to reduce the argument count here. Because it's a little absurd, the number of arguments we're passing around. Okay. This is paint zoomed in area, or draw zoomed in area. Uh-oh, got an error. Oh, right. Not returning that anymore. Not returning anything anymore. Back to the yellow bars. So yes, some of these warnings are really go to this area. Too many arguments. Actually, I think I want to leave the to do because I think without that to do, I won't see it here. In the embeddeds. If I get rid of that line, I don't think it scans. Yeah, see, it doesn't see the to do. It doesn't see that to do unless I actually have the to do line. It's not seeing. What if I put a colon there? Will it see it then? No. See, it's not getting picked up by the to do plugin. Unfortunately. Oh, you guys heard the doggy? She's like a loose trigger. The heck? Passed by value, but we're not using it. Sure, we can borrow it. Okay, back down to 0 warnings, but I have some to-dos. Make sure I didn't break anything. It's gonna be hard to make it fit with ignore lints. Some lints are to-do, others are just false positives. Yeah, I was hoping for this this comment. This comment gets picked up by the to-do plugin here. But the reason it doesn't know how to pick that up. So yeah. Okay. Still working? Seems to be working. Okay, there's an overdraw issue at the top there that I didn't notice before. Actually, I think that overdraw wasn't a problem before because we were drawing the zoomed area before the vertical marker, maybe? No. I think it was just there and I didn't notice. Yeah, it's to be fixed later. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it supposed to... It is moving the region, but the text is... Yeah, it's unfortunately where the text is positioned. It's on top. Okay, never mind. Okay, so the objective was to make the overall draw easier to read. That's weird. I thought I might complain about ruler width. Guess because it's the first thing in this closure. It says fine, that's fine, but really it's not fine. To do tree. So yeah, I'm using to do plus. I'd be trying to do tree. The one I'm using. To do dash tree, right? Wait, is it to do tree has 6.2 million. To do dash tree has 11K. I have a feeling that you meant to do space tree. One, right? Not the dash then? Yeah. Rip grep. This is going to be very meta. In my to-do list, I'm going to say, consider trying out the to tree VS Code extension. This supports custom regexes. Although, you know what happens when you start messing with regexes is now instead of one problem, you have two. Ultra hack with a specific color. That sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, this is functional. I don't use it a whole lot. If I used it more, maybe I'd care more. But I want to have the option open that I could use it. I'm gonna have to stop soon. I think after this refactoring, I'll stop. Regex engine without semicolons? It is a good project idea. There you go. You have your next challenge. It's not obvious at first glance, so I kind of feel like I should at least put a comment here. Carve out sections of the view for the rulers. Handle the top first, since the default layout is vertical. Then switch to vertical layout. Handle the left ruler. Then handle the main image. Actually, I wonder if then what I should do is this should just be a handle draw main image. And then the comment suffices to what we're doing, right? I kind of feel like that's what I should do. Draw main image. Well, draw with rulers? Yeah. And I'm gonna move. I'm gonna have that moved into the drawing because like that. That's to return a result. Not a result. Response. See, I'm getting tired. I'm typing the wrong words now. Oh, interesting. We don't mutate it here, so I don't have to mark it as mutated. But we pass ownership to the draw with rulers. So this comment is really not necessary anymore, other than like when my eye hits that, I stop and I have to take a moment and say, what the heck am I doing there? So this helps. Carve out sections of the view for rulers. Handle the top first, since then then it's like then do all the drawing with the ruler area with the three areas clearly designated. I think this should put the UI first. And so we'll fix that. Draw with rulers. Actually, it's draw knowing ruler, draw with ruler areas. I like that better. I think you're breaking TS Just's brain with all the talk of regexes. He's falling asleep. Okay, draw image and shift rulers to meet actual image edges. That's why they're mutable. So this is not the final ruler edges. Final ruler areas. Well, no, we're shifting the rulers, not the ruler areas. They're within their area. Okay, I'm overloading the term then. When I do this, I'm overloading it. So it came in as like the area we reserve for the ruler, but we're the actual ruler. So maybe what I should do is just say let actual left ruler area equal that. And I'm going to have to do that. And that. Me falling asleep? No, I'm just getting hungry. And I need coffee. I guess that means I am getting sleepy. I get more of a headache though. Need my caffeine. Casting, so we do have a loss of precision there. Okay, but maybe I should stop and consider. Yes, casting from a size to F3 does cause a loss of precision. Can I avoid that? I don't think I can, right? And it's really not going to be an issue unless it's more than 23, 2 to the 23 pixels wide and tall. So I think we're okay with that, and maybe we give a reason. Casting pixels to display to UI. Technically, it's a vector, right? It's used in vectors. It goes deep, that's for sure. It goes into positions, so it's coordinates. So basically, it's casting pixels to UI coordinates. And it's not pixels, it's like casting image dimension UI coordinates. That's why we're allowing it. Yeah, now it no longer needs to be mutable, so we're clearly shifting the rulers to meet the actual image. Yep, okay. So because we actually don't need this here, can't I just move that into draw selection? Yeah. You can move them into draw selection. And then I don't need to pass them in. And we can remove the too many arguments. Cool, I like that. I feel like I like it when, as I'm refactoring, that I start to feel like I'm getting it to where it's manageable again. And it makes sense from the top down, right? So when we draw, we're really just carving out sections and then telling it to draw. Because part of drawing is to allocate space. So really the top level only really does the space allocation, and then it delegates to another function to actually draw. I should probably call this like actually draw. Or maybe I should just rename draw to be like layout and draw. Or well, it's modifying the UI's context for sure. So we can't separate it into draw, into layout, and then draw. This should be like, yeah, let's just do that. Layout and draw. And then this is draw. Render and then draw for the drawing code? I see, render and draw to me, those words are too close together in my mind. The and makes it clear to me that we're doing something first and we're mutating the thing that came in the UI. We're actually mutating the UI by doing allocate size. And before we can draw. So it's like we have to lay out and then we draw. We can't draw, we can't lay out only. We could lay out only and not draw, but we can't draw without laying it out because the drawing requires that we mutate the UI to get the area that we're drawing into. So this no longer has too many lines, right? Or similar names. So I can remove that, and maybe we can remove all that stuff now. Yes. See, on the right track when we can remove those. Okay. Layout and draw. We have a justified allow now. Let viewer equals image viewer, viewer UI, or UI add if it implements the trait. Show you the call hierarchy. There is a draw for widget, and it's just my internal implementation is layout and draw. But from the API perspective, I am trying to follow UI's convention. Maybe it would be UI, not draw. Like I should call that UI, right? Or actually, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not too good with names. But this is the inner draw. Now I'm starting to think since I have two functions called draw, that they shouldn't have the same name. But from the API's perspective, one of them is to do the drawing. So I feel like that name should stick. If any name should change, maybe this one changes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking in the back of my mind. Like, I made my own trait called widget, but maybe I really should look into the eGUI's widget trait. Get a size system like a salient layout engine would want. That's only because there's no circular dependency between those steps. eGUI sometimes has a problem where it doesn't know how to lay it out until it starts to draw and then realizes, oh, I need more space for that. So next time I'll make it bigger. But I don't have that problem here, right? So let's see. We're done with layout and draw. What does draw do? Extracts the image texture. Not import, it's extract, right? extract a texture from the image. And Rust doesn't have this ability to do this yet, right? It still has this problem. I wonder if they'll ever fix that. Oh wait, is it giving me an alternative that would work? Consider using a left binding to create a longer... No, it's just saying to do what I did before. Only I gave it a name that gets shadowed. It would be cool if it just knew to extend the lifetime, but it doesn't, so I have to do that. And if you're wondering why this is a problem, if you're watching me and you're like, he didn't explain why that's an error, I can explain it. Temporary value dropped while borrowed. You're thinking, wait a minute, how did it get dropped? Well, it's because borrowed doesn't actually return a Rust reference. It returns a new type called ref. And when the as ref is called on the ref, we're actually getting a double reference, so it's a reference to a ref, right? And that returns an option with the same lifetime as that reference. Well, that reference only exists as long as this function call, right? So it goes away as soon as we got the output of asref. Its lifetime ends. Rust doesn't know to extend the lifetime to as long as we need the outer variable, right? It doesn't see that. So what this does is it creates what they call a binding, like there's a name for it. And that type, actually I don't even need to click that, I can just do this. The type of that, the first texture is the ref, and then we take that ref and then we extract out an option reference from it. Basically a reference to the internal thing of the ref. And even though we're turning a borrow into another borrow, the lifetime is as long as the original refs, which is the lifetime of this. I can make the second thing the same name, that's shadowing. So from this point on, texture refers to this variable, and we can no longer refer to this one, but Rust still tracks it as a lifetime and drops it at the end of the scope, I think. Well, either at the end of the scope or after the last reference to everything that came out of it. So the last reference to this texture. So I think technically after draw selection, it could drop it. But yeah, it's weird because this borrow doesn't return a reference. It returns a new owned object that we immediately borrow from. And unless you take that owned value and you bind it to a variable, it's extremely temporary. It'll go away too fast and you get that this error again, right? Hope I'm explaining it well enough. So whenever you see temporary value dropped while borrowed, think that in some part of your statement, you created a new owned value that you then immediately borrowed from without binding that owned value to a variable, right? So in this one, it's this ref. That ref is an owned value. There's no ampersand in front, right? It's a new value of type ref, and we didn't give it a name. We just immediately tried to borrow from it to get something else. So it's exactly what it says. It's a temporary value. It gets dropped because temporary values are dropped at the end of the statement. That's why they're a temporary value. It'll say that temporary value is freed at the end of the statement, right? The borrow is used later down here when we use texture, right? And then it actually tells you, consider making a binding to create a longer lived. And it actually points out to you, this is the thing that is temporary. So make it more permanent by giving it a name. Another thing I like about modern Rust that wasn't so good in the past, but's better now, is the error messages are most of the time pretty pretty good in teaching. Anyway, enough of that. You like show, layout, show. Oh, show? It's like, I don't like synonyms though. That's useless to all the people that never read compiler errors. Hey, give Rust compiler errors a chance. That's all I have to say. Some error messages are still kind of, not kind of, they're really, really, really esoteric. And I think the Rust community, the folks working on Rust, know about that and are trying to make them better. But it's like some of them are really hard to make better. Viewers show UI for the public API, and the inner is layout, draw, interact, whatever. I'll think about it, Misen. I just hesitate because the words show and draw to me are almost synonymous. The other wild Rust errors? Well, yeah, with the code you write, man, can't imagine. Okay, so I'm gonna go over this again. Extract the image. I got sidetracked thinking about that. Like I should explain what I'm doing because there's another side effect of this. This, we know that it will replace the texture with something, right? But the caller doesn't know that. So we have to go look into the ref cell again and see, is there something actually there? There better be something because we should have an image texture after extracting it, right? That's the side effect of refactoring this out as a function, is that we lose this because this was a mutable, a ref mute, and we didn't want to keep holding on to it. We would have a lifetime problem, I think, if we did. Would I? I think I would. Anyway, draw the image. Shift the rulers. What if we just group the rest and say draw rulers and selection? I want to use actual, don't I? And I think I need to reorder this. Let's test to make sure nothing is seriously broken yet. Yeah, async errors. Have they become a lot better? When I was using async Rust, they were terrible. Yeah, they were so opaque. Is it better? That's good. I'm going to be doing async soon. Because, look at my to-do list up here. I want to be able to perform parsing on a separate thread. And once it's done in a separate thread, I want it to send regular updates through a channel. And I want to have a means of pausing and stopping and resuming. So a lot of that's I need to make my stuff sendable and async. The operation's asynchronous. All right. Don't think it's broken. Looking good. I like it. I think this is serving the purpose well. All right, not broken. Not broken is good. Oh, I need to sort this. Also, I need to remember to sort it. Oh, these are free functions because they don't need self anymore? That's interesting. I suppose that makes sense. These are reusable if you know these things. Anyway. Let's move the UI to there. I feel like I should name that something like inner area response. like that. Hey, we're not running afoul of the too many lines anymore. Still need precision loss. That's the same precision loss as before, right? This thing. Casting image dimensions to UI coordinates. Don't need those anymore. I guess like, well, I do, yeah. Well, this is generating a response, right? Generate more kinds of responses. For example, to notify the upper layer that the user clicked a specific pixel. Definitely try to pass response by reference. Check out what's in a response for the reason why. There's a lot of stuff in there, isn't it? But some of the stuff I happen to know is self-managed, referenced. Like context is really a reference. I don't think that these are too big, right? They're all like copyable or clonable. The bit flags. It's not too bad, but I see what you mean. Yeah. Oh, it used to be 3 KB. That maybe it was context. Maybe they didn't usually have it reference counted. Yeah, nowadays I found that a lot of the stuff is just inherently clonable. Like you can clone a font ID. Because it's really just it's just a float and an integer, really, right? Well, no, name could have a reference. So they're more. It's lightweight enough that it's clonable, and if it's not lightweight enough, they have it internally reference countable. Countable, counted. The flags, is it? Used to have a ton of X in it. Wrong response. Okay. Yeah, now it's a bit flags. They used to have a ton of stuff in here. I don't know how that might have changed. Okay, let me go into image. Yeah, I did that to get a name. That helps me remember the difference between the outer and inner areas. Because this took me a bunch of time to get right before, and maybe there's a better way to do it, but I had to compute the inner area by getting the actual size by doing a calc size, and then knowing that we are in a centered and justified centered layout, that we can just take the size and make a rectangle from this of that size from the outer area center, and then we get the inner area. because I couldn't find any other way for the image to tell me its actual area, the actual drawn area. It wouldn't tell me. Closest I could get was, give me your size. Okay, I know you're centered, so let me calculate it myself. Okay, so that looks okay. Next. We're just translating. Okay, drawing. How bad is draw ruler? I might want to comment like which line is which, because sometimes it's hard to tell. This is top horizontal. Um, 0 column bound. First column edge. Last column edge. So it occurs to me that we're just making 3 line segments, and I could probably combine some of these, right? Like these two join here. I could probably just make this a line with 3 segments. The reason I'm not doing it now is because I'm going to do more work on the ruler stuff later. Same problem here. What language did I use here? Top horizontal line, so this is left vertical line. And yeah, it's first row edge. Last row edge. Okay. Okay, draw selection. Inner area carried everywhere. Makes me think that maybe there should be an object that has the ruler areas in it, the inner area in it, and then I just tell it to draw itself. Consider grouping state here into a type with methods to draw the various parts, right? So if I made an object called like image viewer rulers, and it just had these as members, I wouldn't have to be passing them around, right? Okay, draw selection. Why do I need the top ruler area? I need it for the bottom, but the bottom... Oh, I could just... This should be the same as inner area top, right? Minus, right? Yeah. So I actually don't need the top ruler area at all. Okay, so this all isn't needed unless we get into here. the whole thing is indented, so I can turn this around, right? If I would just say let else return. And I think I need a extra semicolon here. Oh, that construct doesn't exist? I guess because of this part, right? So I could do it in 2 steps. And then this is if not. There we go. If I could combine these two, that'd be neat, but I don't know how to do it. Like if let chains for let else. So can I do that? Where's the original? Okay, I don't have the original anymore, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I had it so that well, I can just undo until I get there. So I had this, and I noticed, well, the entire thing is the entire rest of the function is inside that. So I'd want to like make it do an earlier return instead, and I didn't know how to do that. Chainable API is response over precision filters. Yeah, yeah, but I don't want to do it. I want to do the basically unindent all this. Option filter would work. Like, can you, if I turn this into a second one into a let, does that work? Because if it wasn't for this clause, I could just say that let that one else return, and then I get to unindent this code, right? Which is what I was hoping to do. That works, right? It's the fact that I have this. Oh, wait, can I just do let some, like this can be a pattern, right? Can I just build this into here? No. Or is it at? I can't remember how this is done. Not yet, you think? Doesn't work with let else? Thought fixing you're playing with the new feature a few weeks ago. But I thought you could, I thought I could make a pattern. Like if this was inside of a match and it was some position. In other languages, it would be like a where. But in Rust, it's not where, right? Like case, sum, pause. You know what I'm talking about? It's if, that's right. Can I do that? That's what it probably would be if the syntax allowed it, right? Let some position if that that's the match pattern because that works in a match, right? So I could do like match this and turn this into a case is nothing, and then everything else is return. Is it not case? There's no. That's I'm getting my languages mixed up again. There we go. So that's an ugly way to do it, right? I need to return pause out. So let pause equal. So I just want a syntactic trigger for that, basically. Does still need a let binding? Yeah, I still need a let binding. Automod really doesn't like POS. If not matches, oh, the matches will work, right? But how do I get the pause out though? That's the thing. I want the side effect as well. So it would be great if I could get the side effect out, but I don't think you can with the matches, right? I still have to then I'd have to extract it back out again. So that's too ugly looking. I think I'll just go back to the compromise, which was what? The compromise was let it be some else return. Separately, if it's not contained, return. Remove the block. That's the compromise. What kind of data am I looking to parse? GIF file. One example. So here's an animated GIF. Here's what it looks like in raw bytes. And the parser I've written, you can teach it how to parse GIF if you tell it the format of GIF is in the format language that I came up with. So like that POG slide has 10 frames in it, and the 10 frames are here, 1 through 10. And for example, the first frame of the image is here, so it fully decodes it. And today I'm working on a plugin to my UI that'll let me look at the image in the GUI. So what we've been working on today. Hold on a sec. I'm not done with my explanation. I just wanted to show what that image viewer would look like, and it's still building. There it is. So imagine that you take that, and then this maybe sits over here off to the side. When you click on this image, it would show this down here, and then you could you can study the image. You could zoom in certain areas around here. Shows you the color. Maybe if you click on the image here, it would show you where that specific pixel is, or maybe some more information about the pixel. I don't know. So, but overall, the project, I'll give a project link. It's programmable. It has its own language. So here's an example of what GIF looks like, and that should match the structure, the top level structure. So GIF has a header. Oops. GIF has a header, logical screen, data, and trailer. Header, logical screen, data, and trailer. Data is in a loop until we see the byte that goes with the trailer. That's why we can have we loop and we find 11 of them, and then the trailer. Another example would be JSON. If you've done web dev or used JSON files in the past, this might make some sense. So document is a value. A value either has an object, string, list, number, a boolean, or null. And we figure out which one it is by this plus means we're doing a look ahead. So we look ahead one character to tell what it is. So if it's an object, now we parse it as a brace, a loop with name value pairs, and then a close brace. Commas separating them. If we don't see a comma, we break out of the loop, right? Name values, a name, and a value. And you can see value there, it recurses. So we go back to value. So you can it can nest at any up to any amount of level. So you feed this into my program, it compiles this into a recipe of formats, and then it follows the recipe to parse the data file you gave it. And if there's something that doesn't match, it will highlight it in red and stop and say, hey, this didn't match the pattern expected. See, a few declarative stuff like this before, like Kaitai structs. Yeah, so this is a declarative format description. I was inspired by the ISO's MP4 formats, or MPEG-4 uses a syntax similar to this. Only it's a lot more rigid. Like they still have control flow, like loops and if statements, but I only do bit constraints where I need them. And I think in MPEG-4 it's very strict. Like every row has a number of bits and a type and all that stuff. Mine is a little bit looser than MPEG-4, but yeah, I was inspired by that. Could use this to model this using a grammar and be pretty elegant. Sure. I like having a two-step process where we compile the format at runtime so that I could go in here and I could change something. Like maybe I say the trailer is 00, and it will dynamically reload the file and say, oh, wait a minute, I got an error down in the last data block here because this it saw the 3B and said, wait a minute, I can't parse that as a data block. Nothing matches 3B because we didn't break when we should have broken out. Anyway, like the dynamic recompilation at runtime lets me adapt to any format without having to rebuild the program. It's just rebuilding the format itself. So yeah, you could make this into you can compile the format at compile time too, like you're saying. Why don't use macros instead use VM for coding on stream? Oh, Mac OS. Reason why I use the VM is separation of what's broadcasted on stream and then other windows I have on the host OS that I don't want to accidentally leak. Like if I had a window open with I don't know, like a password, not a password, but you know, streamers leak stuff all the time by accident. Me constraining the view to just be the VM, I don't have anything secret in the VM. Like the password, like, whoops, wrong window. The password here by sudo ls, the password for Rymu is Rymu, and I can just tell you what the password is because it's just all inside this VM. I can destroy this VM and recreate a new one anytime I want. In fact, I might because there's a bug that I'm running into with the mouse on it, but that's the main reason, separation. Use the same setup for work? No, I keep work and home separate. So I have a whole, work gives me a machine. The only thing that's in common is I have the same keyboard and screen. Everything else is different. Your password is Hunter too? Yeah. Yeah, so within the virtual machine, like if I listed all the files in the home directory, I'm not going to leak anything. If I just list everything under documents, I'm not going to worry about any private documents being there that you might see by accident. There's nothing under pictures by accident. Like I won't accidentally leak anything because it's just the stream. I'm getting close to the end of the stream. I was refactoring the code I was making. So the code I was making earlier today was in this image viewer that if when I made the image wider, the selection here is now the same size as a pixel. So if it's smaller, the lines are smaller. Bigger, the lines are bigger. And if I hold down Shift, there's a little 5x5 zoomed in area, which with the actual color value that I'm highlighting. And I even made it so that it doesn't go off the end. So the zoom area shifts to when I hit the edge. If I hit this top edge, same thing. But you can see I have some overdraw problems that I need to work out. I don't have a boundary for the zoomed in area, so sometimes like when I'm over in this green area, you can't really see it. Maybe I should draw like a black and maybe a pair of black and white rectangles to show the boundary of that zoomed area. But yeah, I worked on that and I was refactoring that code, and as soon as this looks pretty clean, I'll probably end the stream and either stream later tonight or tomorrow. So this selection is that zoomed in area that we just saw along with the line. So there's a vertical line, a horizontal line. Okay, I don't like that one of them takes a reference. Presumably because it clones it, right? Yeah. Let's not do that. It can own the font. Just because I want it to balance the other one. And here we'll just clone it. Paint the zoomed in area. So if we're holding down shift, then draw the zoomed in area. Oh, these constants, they keep the constants here or move them to the top? These are specific to the zoomed area, so maybe they're okay if I leave them here. Construct a zoom in region of the image. There's the image and then clamped, and then shift, image clamped, shift. The names I'm not too settled on yet. We're using the UV function on image to get a subset of the image here. Drawing it is a paint at. Cursor shift is collecting these other cursor shifts. Actually, I wonder if these should probably just be grouped together, right? And then I don't think I need to have separate names for these. Do that. Keep it simple. Highlight the centered pixel. And while we're at it, let's draw the pixel's color and text above that. How about we rewrap this text? There we go. Column row, color, color text. Draw it. This function is kind of long, but it's not too long. It's on the edge though. I need to justify loss of precision. Well, it's this image width. This loss of precision is the same reason. I'm using image width, which is casting image dimension to UI coordinates. Now, what about the sign loss? Okay, truncating. Why am I truncating here? Because I need it to be a U-size again. What if I could just locally suppress this lint? I can't teach it here that when we round, it's the intention to truncate. Also, the max 0 is intentionally to clamp it at 0 so that we don't have to worry about sign flipping. Was that an exclusive OR? I don't think so. I'm not sure where you saw an exclusive OR. There shouldn't be any exclusive OR in there. Could have image size as a vec2 store that does the precision cast once. Yeah, or I could have a function that does it, right? Do a moldiv instead of per component. That's a good point. A good point. Put a to do here. Consider there. So pre-compute or have a separate function to compute image size in UI. Not coordinates, right? In UI units. And the other one, the other idea you had was, right. Calculate positions. Can't type right now. Sizes in 2D, not per component. Credit to Musin. Remember that Musin recommended this. It carries more weight. I think for now, these, I'm just going to locally apply them here. Twice. And then I'm going to have to do research if there's a cleaner way to do this. Probably is, I just don't know what it is. Exclusive or questions related to the statement that you stream later today or tomorrow. Probably exclusive or. I know you're hoping it's both, but I don't want to get burned out. You don't want me to get burned out. That means like I take another 1.5 years off from streaming. You don't want that, right? Why do I have this both places? Why is that there? I don't think that needs to be there. Okay, this truncation. Okay, I know that that can't possibly truncate. It doesn't know that. But maybe there's a cleaner way. There's got to be a way to like, is it try from? Is that the suggestion correct? U8 try from and then I do an expect? Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. It can't do it automatically. So U8 try from. Expect. Component should fit in a byte. Kind of feel like that should be in its own function. I gotta reorder my functions. So this is like extract component. Color. Shift. U8. Color. Shift. There. I fit it in one place, so I could just say pixel 16. 8 and 0. We are borrowing the pixel value. There we go. Or I can do this. And then I don't need these awful punctuation marks. Look at that. You already have preferred size. You can just do self-preserve size, and after you memorize the image, then pass around that vector. Do I have preferred size? Oh, look at that. I did do that. You're right. Yeah. I don't the only excuse I have is that I'm a little bit tired. But you are correct. I could just I don't even think I need to memoize it. I think I just need to make it a method of the image viewer, like call it size or something, right? I'm gonna call it size. Or is preferred size here. There we go. And it could be const. Hey, look at that, even better. We made a const function. And I can have that to do in here. Okay, and then wherever I do that cast, let's look for all the allow precision loss. So I shouldn't need this anymore. And it's right here, right? So size dot x. And yeah, if I memoized it, I wouldn't be calculating the parts that I don't need. But hey, these are, I'm not going to sweat too much about that. If I want to memoize it, I could memoize it in that function too, right? So I'm not going to sweat it. Area divide. Yeah, you think I could do that in one line? Probably. I need to split it out. So, but I can do image scaling. Inner area. Can you do a member-wise divide like this? I don't think. Does this have a method? It's size. It is size, and then you can divide sizes. You get a vec out of that. Okay. Actually, then there's a single character changed, right? It's just a dot. Easy peasy. Actually, and then why not just pass the scaling as one thing to draw zoomed area as a vec2. Then we're just putting dots where we need them. Yeah, I could have done search replace. Okay. This just takes the image scaling now. No need to allow a lint. Okay, again, this thing shouldn't be needed. Right, because this is self size x. Still need that, so maybe I should consider making those just floats. Ah. Yeah, I see. See, I have trouble thinking in higher dimensions than one. I mean, it's true. But if I stretch my brain a little, I think this is done with just removing the division and then dividing by self image, self size, right? Yeah, and then same thing with position, right? So can't I just divide that by the size? Okay, I can't divide a position by a size. But maybe there's a member-wise. To vec, then divide. So I'd have to turn it into a vector, divide it, and then turn it back into a position. Okay, so I'm gonna abort because that's too complicated, and I'll just replace this with size x and get rid of the casting. And get rid of that division. 2 pos 2, you can divide 2 vex and then return it to as a pos. To pos? Okay. So you're saying start off as a vector, divide by the size, and then do pos. Okay. It's a little bit complicated because it's like, why is that a vector and now two? Yeah, that's a little bit weird, but I'm okay. I'll go with it. Okay. Did I completely break it now? It's not pretty though, yeah. Exactly. That's what I ended up doing. I don't want to break this, I just want to refactor it. Not broken yet. Okay, not broken. Not broken is good. So yeah, if these are just all F32s, maybe this will be okay. That it's really picky and it wants me to put a decimal point in there. And then I do not need to, don't need the as, but I do need a decimal point there. Okay. I'm thinking maybe I should get more comfortable with two-dimensional types, and this should just be magnified region, and it should just be a vector. And then I would get the x from it whenever I want width. But maybe I need to rest my brain first. All right. Oh, still working. Nothing broken. Did a lot today. Nice thing to get used to when using use 2D types. So basic. Yeah, I mean, I was better at it when I did more shader stuff. But yeah, not used to it. It's like another thing here. If this was in a vector, I could just say cursor image clamped and then add a splat 0.5 to it, right? And there's another place where I could have, like, instead of doing 2 subtractions, I could do 1. I just need to get used to it again. Okay, make sure there's no more precision loss. Okay, this one has one. Why? It doesn't need it. It's gone. This one doesn't need it anymore. It's gone. That's the only place where we have the precision losses, and we have a reason there. Okay. So do I have any more allows here? So that has to do research cleaner way. We don't need that. Cool. So that's the only thing left. All right, I'm happy. We're getting there. I don't really have a reason not to sort these methods. And this is still broken, right? I can't go here and say like sort method. Oh, it does have it. It's working. Oh, oh my goodness. It's working today. The sort methods alphabetically actually worked. It doesn't do it for the global scope ones though, right? I still have to do those myself. I know it sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Like, and there's no way to do it at global scope, right? So I have some global scope methods here, and they need to move anyway. Because they should not be mixed in with impls. Not too bad though. They all start with D, so it's really just sorting like the horizontals together. I could have moved the other one at the same time. R and then S. Oh, yep, these are out of order. You are out of order, sir. Okay, this one just needs to be moved up. Draw image H I. I mean, it's just a rule I have. It helps me to have them sorted alphabetically. Even now, no, they're kind of mixed together in purpose. It's a personal preference. Okay. Okay. Pause divided by size to pause. You can divide positions? I thought that was a problem, is I couldn't divide positions. You're saying I could have made this a position if I divided the size by a position? No, it just doesn't want to do that. Size on a position gives you a vector, I guess. How do I see that? It expected a position. No, it expected a float. I guess that's because in position it implements divide somewhere. Yeah, it implements divide by float, but not divide by position. You have a question about Rust? Just ask. Please, just ask. Don't be afraid. Should I put a to-do here saying this is kind of ugly? Maybe this can be done better. This is a bit ugly. Can we make it better? All right, you only have a little bit of time left, Data F3L, to ask your question because I'm about to end the stream. I need a break. There's a company called Mavila. Recruiting for Rust trainer? Okay. That's not a question. I'm guessing you're typing the rest of the question. Oh, they sent you a test, like an online test? Well, good luck with the test. That's still not a question, though. Test was in Rust, but the interviewer said can't use the Rust compiler. Okay, when are you going to get to the question? I'm just waiting for the question part. You know what button I'm hovering over, right? You all know what button I'm hovering over, right? I don't want to press this button. I'm not on the edge of my seat. I'm on the edge of a certain button. You're not going to ask your question, are you? Yeah. See ya. Wasting my time. All right. Hate to end on that note, but I got to take a break, so let's see if someone else is streaming. Oh, we got a bunch of people streaming. Hey, let's go raid Chris. I could use a break and hang out in his stream, so that's what we're going to do. Yeah, I don't need to know what the question was. I'm tired. I waited a while. He typed a lot of messages. It's enough. Type his name correctly. All right, for mature audiences only. So I don't know if I'll be back streaming later tonight. If not tonight, then maybe tomorrow. I'm not going to promise it. I don't want to burn out. But if I'm not back tonight or tomorrow, it'll be Monday night. Yeah, something like that. Have you really been far even as decided to use even go? No, I was thinking it was going to be a troll thing anyway. So yeah, it wasn't worth it. It's, no, I try not to spend time on the trolls. Anyway, I'm gonna hop over to his channel so that I don't lose the moment that I hit the raid button. I wish that it took me there automatically, but it doesn't. All right, see you guys later. Bye.